zishukente. Hoyapi kwesenti iyashisinti zishukente. Hoyapi kwesenti iyashisinti zishukente.
Introducing Casper, an award-winning disinfection technology proven to kill up to 99.99% of bacteria and viruses, including the family of coronaviruses. We believed we could do more to solve this challenge. That's why we created Casper, a unique hands-free disinfection technology that is installed in your air conditioning and ventilation system. Casper immediately goes to work for you on its own without any additional staff. No need to seal off a space. Casper's technology operates safely in an occupied area and works 24/7 to reduce contamination whenever and wherever it occurs. Our technology converts water and air into highly effective oxidizing molecules which exit the air ducts and through normal convection circulates throughout the targeted area, killing dangerous pathogens both in the air and on all surfaces. Casper is proven effective against a broad spectrum of clinically relevant pathogens like MRSA, the family of coronaviruses, VRE, CRE, Aspergillus niger, C. difficile, norovirus, rotavirus, H1N1, and more.
Currently with disinfection, most of the products and systems on the market are periodical cleaning. And what I mean by that is you can go into a space, spray something, use a UV robot, what have you, and once the space is filled with people again, there's the chance that a virus can come back or bacteria can form and be harmful to the people in that space. What the Casper system allows you to do is we install it into your HVAC unit, and it's continuously disinfecting both the air and the surfaces while there's airflow through your HVAC system.
This particular device absolutely is for hospitals, commercial, residential, in ambulances, in buses and transportation vehicles. It can be used in cruise ships, in airlines. We have different devices for different applications.
Long Island's MacArthur Airport turning to some technology to keep itself virus-free. These things look like speakers, but they actually convert air into aerosolized solution that kills 99.9% of bacteria.
It goes by the name Casper, Continuous Air and Surface Pathogen Reduction. Casper converts oxygen and moisture into hydrogen peroxide, which is then released into the air to attack any bacteria or viruses present.
The example I'd like to give is when you turn your shower on in the morning. Slowly but surely, that steam condenses on the walls and covers every surface of a bathroom, right? So imagine that's what's going on with Casper, is that we have molecules that are in the air, circulating through natural convection, settling on the surfaces, and soon you have a coating of very, very effective oxidating molecules on all the surfaces.
Our team of experts handle everything. They work with your air conditioning and ventilation systems to determine the number of units needed for the entire facility. Casper installs once off in under 2 minutes without the need for human interaction or the risk of human error or omission. Contact us today to find out how you can protect your staff and customers with Casper.
It's time for some new, amazing inventions, cool gadgets, futuristic new technology, and things you didn't even know will exist very soon. There are many technologies that will emerge in the coming years that will profoundly influence our daily lives. Among all, we, in this video, will look at 7 future inventions we've been waiting for our whole lives. Which ones are just around the corner and which ones are mere relics of our post-World War II dreams? Get ready to control the desktop and slice ninja fruits with your eyes. Get ready to read responsive and highly interactive newspapers. Get ready to dive into the virtual world and glass display and interact with them. Come, let's all have our minds blown together. Number 1, the Secret Bracelet. Today, we are showing you a futuristic gadget that will be a mainstream in the very coming years. It is an incredible piece of wearable technology that you can use while biking, riding transit, or even in the bathtub. Number 2, Apple iWatch 2020. In the last few weeks, we've already seen patents and concepts that have given us a glimpse of what an iWatch may look like. Apple has been rumored to be working on an iWatch, but they haven't released any official statement on the product, so for now, it's just another internet rumor. Number 3, robot maids. The most obvious answer to a complaint about the lack of robot maids is, of course, hey buddy, go buy a Roomba. Because while they don't really resemble George Jetson's robotic maid Rosie, modern bots do carry out a host of floor vacuuming, tile scrubbing, and pool cleaning chores. Number 4, the air-conditioned suit. The first air conditioning unit, in case you didn't know, was developed by Willis Carrier in 1902, thank you Google, and within a couple of decades, summertime crowds were escaping the heat by flocking to movie theaters equipped with the new technology. Number 5, wall format display glass. Practically everyone is familiar with touchscreens, primarily thanks to smartphones. These sheer yet extremely scratch-resistant glass surfaces, sometimes featuring rounded edges, are increasingly becoming design elements for modern communication devices. Glass boasts outstanding dielectric properties and ensures low energy losses, especially with the high signal frequencies applied in the LTE mobile telephony standard or in the future radar systems of autonomous driving. Number 6. Innovative smart cards. A smart card is a typical plastic chip card that contains an embedded computer chip, which is either a memory or a microprocessor type. The data that the chip is responsible for storing and transacting pertains to either value, information, or a combination of both. This data is stored and processed both within the card's chip. The card data is transacted via a reader, which is a component of the computing system. The need for convenience and security of any transaction has made the development of smart cards highly relevant. One of the primary uses of smart cards is to provide safe storage of confidential information of users, like account identity. Number 7. Smart newspaper. Smart newspaper is an advanced version or state of newspaper cohesive to applied technology and analytics. It is yet another step towards continuing the journey of newspaper evolution, wherein readers are empowered to respond to the printed posts, including advertisements, creating a disruptive market. The very service enables newspapers to be more responsive, interactive, and in line with market trends. Smart newspaper as a service lets their readers sticky to the newspapers rather than completely drifting to other media. Generally speaking, when we think about the future, it seems like it is ages from now, and we imagine a completely different world. But in reality, it is just a few years from now, and we can already know what will be possible to have by that time. We have a lot of environmental, social challenges, and let's see how technology may help people overcome them by the coming years. We're privileged to be living in a time where science and technology can assist us, make our lives easier, and rethink the ways we go about our daily lives. Here we come to the end.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation. Well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. It's the second day of the ICANN Foundation's fourth IR, or the Fourth Industrial Revolution Virtual CEO Summit 2020. My name is Cindy Mabi and I'm your co-host. And we thank you for also coming back to the guests that are here in the venue. And we'd like to welcome our viewers across the social media platform. You can go to ICANN Leadership Institute Africa on Facebook. And just to kick off as well, as we reflect on yesterday's proceedings, which were quite intense, learning about transformation and how to effectively utilize technology to impact lives. So the ICANN Foundation has always been about effecting, or rather developing leadership and impacting nations. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all and also acknowledge our sponsors who made this event the resounding success that it has been. And these are not in any particular order, but if you may indulge me, we've just come out of Women's Month, so I'm going to apply my, I suppose, authority as a woman as well. So I'd like to recognize Melindani Dlamini, the CEO of XKX, if she may just please rise to your feet. And as we acknowledge you, thank you so much. Siabulela, and all the ladies who are in the house, you're looking absolutely dashing. So as mentioned, the ICANN Foundation celebrates its 20th anniversary. And the sponsors that are here today have been our partners throughout this journey, traversing with us around the continent and around the world, and also establishing formidable partnerships that we were able to collaborate with to impact nations. So we thank you, firstly, the host venue, for your hospitality, professionalism and service excellence. The ICANN Foundation, as mentioned, for their diligence in raising leaders who lead effectively in the 4IR and impact nations. The IDG and Microsoft, Media 802, Casper, SIDA, SACRA, LSM Institute, GCT, ETDP, CETA, just to mention a few. Throughout the program, we will also acknowledge others. But for now, the salient points, as I mentioned, is that all speakers were in covenant that technology and innovation has presented tremendous opportunities in the midst of the crisis that we see ourselves in with the COVID-19 pandemic, that we need to now use the information and knowledge that we have to create a new dimension of how we interact and we do business with each other. And that technology can increase the rate of trade among African countries and enhance the infrastructure of the free trade zones. Ambassador Mpoko highlighted as well the importance of regaining or attracting the talent that we've lost through the brain drain, that the young people that are outside the confines of the African continent need to return and plow back what they've learned from their experiences. He spoke about Africa not being a dark continent. That is purely dark because there isn't infrastructure or development, especially electrification, but that we have so many examples and pockets of excellence that we can highlight that Africa has produced very bankable commodities, including human capital as well. So with those words, just to give you a sense of what was spoken about in the progress going forward, is that we need to then come up with tangible solutions, if you like, that we can apply in modern day society, increasing the skills development rate that is applicable in the fourth industrial revolution. So those are the words that I'd like to greet you with. And without any further delay, I'd like to introduce my co-host, a dynamic young lady, beautiful, I might add, intellectually astute, and she's also in data analytics and neuropsychology. That's one I have to get used to, but please give a warm welcome to Makgotso Moiko.
There is no privilege greater than being introduced by Cindy Mabe. Such an honor and such a blessing. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to have everybody here and those who are joining us virtually around the continent and around the globe as well. So part of my address today is going to be to millennials and Gen Z. And I've had to be very deliberate at being as informal as possible, you know, and just to make sure that millennials and the Gen Z don't really get caught up in the jargon of it all. And I think even most importantly, being both a data analyst and a neuropsychologist, it's quite a disaster of a combination, you know, because analyzing data becomes such a candy store for you, but it can also lead to paralysis. So in preparing my address today, I had to make sure that it was as bite-sized as possible. Going back into African possibilities, as we know, Africa is a hotspot of possibility. And even though we have a long list of vulnerabilities, I've had to think at length about the way in which we can make the environment economically viable for the youth to thrive and lead in the tech era. And part of my indebted duty to the African continent is to help analyze the transformative African conversation from a critical thinker's perspective and consider practical trade-offs in that conversation as well. So I divided the transformative steps into three areas: economic, intellectual, and social capital. So how young Africans can leverage the triad of this capital to advance themselves in the fourth industrial revolution. The first form of capital is economic capital, but I will make sure that it's related to tech. So it won't be economic capital at a macroeconomic level, it will be specifically to tech. And the most important thing about economic capital within a tech space is increasing the penetration of tech distribution in Africa, but I'll explain it a little bit more. In order to create an accelerated ecosystem in Africa, we need to begin by redefining what tech transformation really is. And I must admit that it was quite difficult for me to find a definition that I thought would do it justice. Because we would know that tech transformation, and as much as it is about digital transformation and integrating and using technologies to advance business models in an unstable work environment, it's very fluffy, right? And I've also noticed that in our pursuit to acquire digital transformation, we always use the word consumption. It's use, it's consumption, it's leveraging, but we're getting it wrong somewhere, specifically in Africa, because the definitions around tech consumption in Africa are synonyms, as I've mentioned, for consumption, but it's those keywords there, the Eurocentric assumption that a criteria for wealth in something is in the consumption rather than the ownership and the distribution. How is it that acquiring a digital technology is a measure of wealth? You having access to Facebook and putting up a status is an access to wealth. That is not easy now. Wealth, where? You know, it's about the distribution power that you have. But how do we achieve this? I think a key variable in tech transformation is in the development in Africa, of course, is not the rate of consumption, but the rate of distribution. As I've mentioned, there's no way you can have access to Facebook and assume that you've got technological wealth.
So where does the younger generation start, and how can we increase the distribution power in a digital world? And I think the great starting point is in the selling and the distribution of cloud technologies, because although the pandemic will soon be over, inshallah, the adoption of remote working really is the new normal. And I think cloud computing being one of the most competitive technological and digital capabilities, with a worldwide public service of about 256 billion, it's definitely an industry that can be leveraged in terms of distribution. So don't think when I post that Instagram, you've made it in life. I think we need to transcend beyond the consumption to the distribution as well. And I think what's amazing about cloud computing, specifically with DAS, is that it offers an inexpensive option as well to enterprises that are supporting that surge in remote workers. But going back to consumption and making sure that it's leveraged with a Pan-African backbone is to remind millennials, to also remind their European counterparts that Africa's not a dumping ground for tech consumption, but a brewing casserole of distribution and owning capacity. The African youth needs to start having these tough conversations with major tech companies to say, as much as we appreciate that investment, honey boo boo, we need to make sure that people are, and young Africans are part of the supply chain as well. And we shouldn't be having a consumption conversation if it's not accompanied by distribution. And as we know, distribution power also gives you access to data, and data's a new oil. Concluding from economic capital is the intellectual capital. And when it comes to tech in Africa, the most important thing is increasing the skills, mobility, and the adaptivity of young Africans. In South Africa, it is quite unfortunate that even though we do have the highest social progress index in the continent, our youth have some of the lowest IQs compared to our African counterparts. We're an odd standard deviation and a half lower. And it's so important that we be able to enhance this intellectual capital by engaging in massive retraining and upskilling at an individual level. You know, it's not about getting the fancy degree. It's not about going overseas. I will tell you that I've been there and done that. And a lot of my learning and a lot of the acquiring of an enhanced neural connection was being in the gritty streets of Yaoundé in Cameroon, or the dusty streets of Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire, you know, and interacting with young Africans at a human-to-human level. I do acknowledge that my degree may have opened doors, but it's a lot of the flexible intellectual capital that sustained those doors as well. I'd also like to touch quite briefly on appreciative inquiry and just the assumption that we need to have resources. Thank you. The assumption that young Africans need to have resources in order to become successful, or leverage those resources to move from point A to B. And there's beauty in something called appreciative inquiry, which is the ability to leverage all of the existing small resources you have to engage in a multitude of possibility. In closing off and moving on to the next form of capital is social capital, and this is my favorite, because a very big part of increasing social capital in the digital era is predicated on enhancing the currency of human value in 4IR, but most importantly, the African social currency. And we can only enhance our social currency by strengthening those cross-collaborations around the continent. And this is to my South Africans. We've got to be able to transcend the narrow frameworks of operating in limited silos and thinking that we'll win as a country on our own. South Africa is not an island, and we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for the rest of the continent. I mean, Rwanda's killing it. Rwanda's killing it in the tech world, you know, building the continent's first data center. Nigeria is a multimedia powerhouse. Tanzania is finding contextualized solutions to healthcare. Ghana has opened up its doors to Africans in the diaspora and said, come back home and replow. And the question to young South Africans is, well, what are we doing beyond being South African girls and South African boys? And I think before we even start crying foul on the lack of job security compared to our foreign counterparts. We need to ask ourselves how much intellectual security we have. And I touched on this yesterday, but I think we will expand on it as we move into the panel discussion today. And I think social capital is extremely important, even as it's predicated on Ubuntu as well. The last segment of social capital within the tech space is going to be in AI. As much as humans drive tech, tech will largely be dependent on our moral and ethical and our cognitive prototyping. And because we are being automated and we're automating these intelligences will reflect our morality, you know, so we've got to be very careful with where we stand ethically as well as we begin to automate it. It's almost fascinating how people express animosity towards tech, accompanied by the fear that, you know, machines will take over beyond that which we can handle. And people fail to express at a deeper level our own capacity to engage in evil and maladaptive behavior, because the fear of AI is the fear of the human being's capacity. So there would be no AI without the human being. So it's very important that we ensure that the artificial intelligence systems are predicated on integrity and ethics as well. And that sort of closes off my discussion for today, you know, leveraging these forms of capital, acquiring more skills within the digital world as well. And I think as much as I've only touched on what the millennials and the Gen Z should focus on doing, I think it's also important that we engage in, you know, cross-collaborative partnerships at both a state and a private level as well. As we go into the panel discussion, and as I do close, I think it's very important that the youth also become global citizens. And the thing about being a global citizen is you're on even ground, and one has to find the ability to transcend being a South African and being an African. As much as that's important, we've got to leverage a global backbone as well in the way that we tackle challenges in Africa. So I would like to thank you for your time. I will still be here to conduct the rest of the panel discussion with the wonderful Aileen, who will join me. If I can kindly ask at the back for some seats to come on stage. Will we have an interlude? Great stuff. Thank you so much for your time. We're welcome to expound on this at a later stage, but as at now, I think the youth right now, if anything, really are the forerunners of change, and maybe echoing sentiments from Ambassador Mboku yesterday in terms of handing over the baton. I'm asking that our senior citizens please trust in the youth. We will get it right. We will get it right, and particularly with leveraging technology, I think we're headed in the right direction as well. But I think the most important thing is accountability and sustainable leadership at a youth level to drive effective and sustainable change. Thank you.
Will I change how we see this world?
Will I change how we care for each other?
Will I change how we live in this world? Take change to the next level.
I am DUT.
I am DUT.
I am DUT.
We are DUT.
The video, if I can kindly ask Ms. Aileen to join us. So virtually, we're going to have quite a hybrid model of a panel discussion. We're going to have Sarah Mungi, who's all the way from Kenya, as well as Professor Mbo Moyo. And she is the Vice Chancellor at DUT. She's a Deputy Vice Chancellor, pardon me. Will we have their profiles up? Hello, good morning. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Morning. How are you? How's everybody?
We're good, thank you. If I can kindly ask, it's Sarah I'm speaking to, is it?
No, so this is Sibusiso Moyo, Professor Moyo. I think you just mentioned my name from Devon University of Technology.
Absolutely. Such a pleasure meeting you, ma'am. If I could kindly ask if you could introduce yourself and the phenomenal work that you do as well within academia.
Yes. So I'm a mathematician by background. So I'm currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Innovation and Engagement. So my main role obviously is supporting our researchers, our postgraduate students in terms of making sure that they have access to resources, which may be grants, access to grants, making sure that they follow different regulations that are there, making sure they succeed, the examination processes. We handle all of that from a governance level. And then also some of the things we do are also managing collaborations within KZN, outside KZN, and internationalization as well. And recently, in fact, just today, we've just got news that we've been ranked as one of the top 5 universities within South Africa through the Times Higher Education ranking. So we also submit data and handle data which has to do with students, student bursaries and various things within the university. Yeah, so I'm responsible for that portfolio.
Oh, that's incredible. Such a pleasure to meet you. If I could kindly move on to you, Aileen. I think, is Sarah still joining us? Hello, good morning, Sarah. How are you?
It's good afternoon here in Nairobi. Good afternoon. Good morning to you.
Afternoon, Sarah, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya.
Yes, so thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. And also, it's a pleasure for me to join this panel. So my name is Sarah Munyi. I'd like to introduce myself as an advocate for youth empowerment. I'm also the president of Youth in Africa, which is based in Nairobi, but we have presence in 37 African continents. The 37 African countries. And what we basically do is empowering youth with skills, relevant skills in this 21st century, which will make them to be more relevant, to help them to be more competitive, more resourceful, and more independent, because we want to build a more independent youth base, because we are right at the middle of, we have the young ones that we have to take care of. We are right at the middle, and we have our parents to take care of, and we have economies that we need to support as well. So that is what we are doing for the youth, and we're very pleased to engage in this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. We'll touch base with you just in a bit. I would love to introduce our physical guest who's with us today, Ms. Aileen, and the work that you do within community development as well.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, and maybe some good evenings. We don't even know. True. My name is Aileen Smith, Zambian born. I am the founder of Ituba Place of Hope. We work not only with youth, but with a bit of everyone. It begins with youth, and that is our end goal. Our end goal is actually to create workspaces within the communities for kids where they can come and access matric programs, sports, the works. And in the end, we would like to be able to place them. Because as you know, with Dr. David over here, a lot of people don't realize that so many kids have the IQ but don't understand that I can is actually what changes everything. So we want to be able to have that shift of, okay, I have the book, but how do I unleash the ability to actually do it? So that is what Ituba Place of Hope is we want to be able to start from the beginning and say, fine, we will teach you, we will empower you, but in the end, are you able to sustain yourself once you're done with our program? So that's what we do.
Wow, it's incredible. And I mean, you've mentioned something about, and I think we've been echoing these sentiments from yesterday as well, that the resources are there. It's just the execution power and the will that we lack. What do you think have been the hindrances in your experience
that have really prevented the youth from leveraging resources and really believing in themselves as well, and making use of EQ and that I can factor. What do you think prevents them from acquiring that I can factor?
It's limiting beliefs. I mean, let's look at the reality of it. We could have the smartest child sitting in a shack right now, and she's reading her books, and she's an A student. But she might believe that because she is where she is, she can't go to anywhere else. So how do we now actually get to these children? So for me, I feel that, I mean, I've been to so many conferences and seminars where these children are actually building robotics, and creating apps. But where do they go home to? Mom believes in you, yes. Dad believes in you, yes. But does your environment cater for you to get to where you need to be? So I think that is where we need to establish a way to transform the mindset of children, or let's call it the youth. I mean, when you speak of Generation X, you're talking about the kids on Instagram and Facebook. I deal with kids in townships. I mean, I love communities. That is my job. I'm a community moderator. So I can't talk about the influencers on Instagram and whatnot. So I will speak about the kids who have true potential, who have, the oomph to wake up and study until 2 a.m. to get that A+. And the child sitting in Sandton has electricity the whole day. This child has a candle. So if we look at the two, who has more ability to get further is that child. But they're overlooked. Or not even overlooked, they are, I think the wrong word is undiscovered. The right word is undiscovered. We don't realize that the potential's there, but no one's reaching out for it. And I think that's where the issue is. No one is willing to go to the communities and discover the potential that is lying there.
Goodness, in terms of potential, just maybe taking it to Professor Moyo, I'm not sure if you're with us, I'd love to know how much you think universities and educational institutions should be playing a role in enhancing the EQ as well. I mean, we're very big on curriculum development and enhancing IQ capabilities, but that needs to also be predicated on strong emotional intelligence as well.
Sure, no, that's true. And in fact, I'm really glad that Eileen has just spoken up around some of the work they do with the communities. If you look at most universities, and especially African universities, you will see that every university will talk about being engaged. They'll say they have, the strategy will say we do community engagement. We are obviously, innovating on the curriculum, but you also have to look at what happens to those graduates when they finish. That's if they do finish, because the dropout rates are also quite high. So I just want to start off with what Eileen said. So it's very important that as universities, when we talk about how connected we are with our communities and societies, we need to have practical ways in which we are helping to actually capacitate the pipeline, the students from the communities, making sure, especially in terms of maths and science, being a mathematician, obviously I'm really passionate about that area, because I feel that, like Eileen has put it, students who come in, they can have talent, they can have the potential, but if they've chosen, for example, to do maths literacy as part of their curricula, or if they've not done well in maths and also reading, by the way, because those skills go together, to be able to read, to be able to think critically, that means looking at something, trying to analyze it. You need both the maths skills and the reading skills. If they are disadvantaged in that area, then it gives them very little choice in terms of what they can do in going forward, what they can choose as their curricula. So I believe that the role for higher education institutions, that it's not just universities, colleges, tertiary institutions, TVET colleges in the South African sector as well, have to work together with the schooling system, with also the basic education sector, to make sure that we are supporting the pipeline that can come through to higher education, so that they are skilled to be able to start up their own enterprises, to be able to innovate. The biggest challenge we have now is that universities do produce graduates, but if you look at the unemployment rate, it's very high. And then you find people with PhDs, for example, who are unemployed. Then you ask yourself, well, what was the use of getting that degree if you can't find work, if you can't start up your own enterprise. So we have to really push this idea that everyone who is born on the planet has the ability to create, the ability to do something, but they all need the proper environment and a fair chance. And to do that, that are being done, also like what Sarah said, some of the work that they do, which would be interesting to hear from, is to give people the platform where they can create, where they can do something and give them that equal chance. And obviously it means government has a role to play, communities have a role to play, because as we speak now, if you just look where we are within our communities, there's a community that really needs our expertise, needs our input. And I don't think government can do that on their own. But there is a lot of work, I think, in terms of making sure we give everybody a chance to at least do something in life and get a skill that they can make use of and be productive citizens within the community.
No, absolutely, Professor Moyo. I think adaptivity is so important, and I think even the domains of traditional degrees are fast diminishing. Also, we think it seems as if they're diminishing at an artificial level, because at a core level, corporates and workspaces still have those degree criterions that really limit an individual, where one would have the option of engaging in enterprise development, but because they want to work for a particular company, and that company says, but you must have a degree, it puts the youth in quite an uncomfortable position, you know, and really limits the alternative of substitutes as well. I wonder, and I'll keep this quite flexible, I'm wondering if there's anybody in the floor as well who works for a corporate that is quite flexible with entrance requirements at a university level. Okay. Okay, I guess it paints, yes sir. We've got Mr. Thamsanqa. If I can kindly ask for the mic to get to him as well. I think just in terms of how to communicate the flexibility of curriculum development to corporates as well.
Thank you very much, Makgotso. Greetings to everyone. The issue of requirements or entry requirements, many companies, because of a big gap between the university or college curriculum and what employers require, is actually better to get someone with just grade 12 or what we call matric and train them yourself. Because you bring in a graduate and they have fixated ideas about what work is all about and they know very little. And therefore, the level of investment that which the company makes on a graduate than on someone with grade 12 is very high. But when you invest in someone with grade 12, you make quicker returns on investment, and you see, I like what you spoke about, the appreciative contribution, so you're able to see quickly. So our take to Professor Moyo and the rest of the academics, digitization is making it easier for you to operate in real-time basis, to know exactly what it is that employers are looking for, and move close as possible. That is why the South African Council for Graduates is involved with workplace training, so that young people, graduates and students, they know not only what the world of work looks like, but what is this thing called work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thamsanqa. I'm wondering, Professor Moyo, Sarah, are you still with us? We've not forgotten about you. All love, I'm coming to you about global citizenship and the amazing stuff you're doing in Nairobi. But just going back to Professor Moyo, Thamsanqa has mentioned something, and I really wonder the extent to which traditional institutions are potentially under threat, given where we are with the digital revolution.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that comment. I mean, it's a very relevant comment, and in fact, it's been on the table for years, you know, where industry and corporates do complain about the quality of the graduates. And one of the ways in which universities are trying to mitigate that is that if you look at universities like Durban University of Technology, for example, we do have placement programs. Remember, we have a population of about 33,000 students, and the demand, obviously, is ideally to have all of them placed at least before they graduate. But I think that our models are still quite traditional as universities, because even though we place students, the collaboration between the industry partners and the universities is not as much as it should be. If I compare to our colleagues, like some of the universities in Germany that we work with, where the students have a model where they spend three months in the university and another 3 months in industry. And the industry partners and university partners come together to actually select those students. So they work together to ensure that when the students finish, they already would have the experience that that company needs anyway. So if you're looking at Mercedes or Audi, the different companies that would collaborate with that universities. So I just think that there is room for expansion in terms of the models that we use, in terms of the curriculum. Now there is a threat, of course, because of digitization, but I think that it's also good because in a way, it has helped especially African universities accelerate the offering of the degrees and programs online. We still face a big challenge in terms of infrastructure. A lot of the students in the rural communities and other areas, especially where we are now here in KZN and within South Africa, there are areas where the network connections are still not good connectivity. So you can have data, but it's very hard for some of our students to connect. So I just think that there is going to be stiff competition. So it will be probably universities that survive will be those that are innovative, able to adapt, able to work with relevant industry partners to make sure that their graduates actually add value to whatever it is that they find themselves in. Our agenda actually is to push graduates to start up their own enterprises as well as looking for jobs. But we know that the job industry is very limited. So we want our graduates to have the ability to start up their own enterprise, obviously, after they've got the relevant experience that they need. So I think that it is correct to say that, yes, there's a threat, but survivors now will have to go digital. If universities haven't done that by now, I don't think they'll get as many students as they should because there is a lot of competition in this area. Thank you.
Prof, you've also mentioned just contextualizing the solutions to Africa as well, that it shouldn't just be the focus on acquiring degrees and going through, from graduation into an industry, but also through enterprise development, which I think is wonderful. I'd love to know from Sarah, all the way in Nairobi, what does the market look like in education? I mean, what's the appetite to e-learning and digital transformation within the education space?
Okay, yeah, so great question. So in terms of the education sector, I mean, the advent and adoption of e-learning, in Kenya, I would say the government has really supported and has really been engaging in technology projects, which really puts universities and learning institutions on the forefront when it comes to, easily adopting e-learning. So there are technologies that definitely many of our institutions, learning institutions, have been adopting. So it's something, even during this time, it's something some of our institutions have been going on. Students have still been learning. And I think across East Africa, in terms of connectivity, because what drives that, e-learning is one thing, you need the connectivity. And I think as a country, we've been rolling out the 5G now. We've been on 4G, we've been rolling the 5G. So I think in terms of adoption of technology and really connectivity, Kenya has tried, our government has really tried, although of course, there are still some areas, because students come from all over. I mean, they'll come from, which are mainly young people. So they'll come from northeastern, some very remote areas, where there's no connectivity. So it becomes a bit of a challenge. But in terms of adopting, and I want to say that when a crisis like Corona, pandemic happens, all of a sudden you start focusing on things that really matter. And one of the things that really matter is really education, driving education and making it accessible in every part. So that is one of the things that the government has been doing. The other thing, and which is youth-led, is really starting to have youth-led innovations that really make and open up education in the villages. I come from a very remote place in the slopes of Mount Kenya, and sometimes for me to be able to make a call or even engage in a Zoom call like this, I have to just walk. I have to possibly climb a tree or really walk a long distance. So we are having youth who are starting to have innovations that are, really promote education. And, we have support. We look for support from some private organizations as well as the government. So it has been a really good, this period has really a good space for young people to explore innovations and new ways of, really adapting and continuing with lives as we should, instead of just waiting for, to get things handed down to us. So it's being a good space for us to innovate. And I think I'd also want to contribute, because I liked your question when you asked, one of our panelists, when you asked about, what's really hindering young people from engaging, and in all these, resources in our exposure. Because the problem of the 21st century is not really the information. We have a lot of information. Literally, Google can teach you anything. It's really the problem we have in the 21st century is really an application. It's the applying of those ideas, applying of that knowledge. It's an action problem, It's an execution problem. So it's about having, because we know we have it. We have the innovations as young people. We have, as a young person, all you have are dreams and ideas and the energy, and you have the time to push for these ideas. So it's really getting to a point where you say enough is enough. Enough is enough. I cannot keep on waiting for the government, for my school to call me back. I will do something with this time that I have. Let me say this. I don't know how we have handled the pandemic is that actually the schools are closed until January. Since March, high schools, colleges, universities, primary schools, they are all closed up to January. So it's really, it's been a space for us to really think, can we really be waiting for the government to figure it out in 9 months or 7 months time, or what can we be doing? So it's really an execution problem, because we have the ideas, but by and by we are seeing young people coming up with these innovations, and they'll take time to implement. They take time, but we've done something out of this crisis. So we have seen some beautiful things and innovations coming up.
Absolutely, Sarah. I think in crisis and adversity, it also creates a space for innovation and opportunity as well. And I'm hoping, even as schools have closed up until the end of the year to the beginning of next year, I hope that will be an opportunity for for the youth to really drive change. I'd kindly like to ask if the floor has any questions for our guests. Question. There should be a question. Do you have no questions for our wonderful Sarah all the way in Nairobi? Incredible Professor Moyo. Guest doc.
Thank you so much, Program Director. So one question to all three. Professor Moyo, congratulations on being, did you say number 5? Are you number 5?
Yes.
Yeah, now that there's pressure, because you need to deliver. You can't go down. You need to go up. Yes. Yeah. Sarah, thank you so very much again for the great work you're doing in about 37 countries. And thanks so much for accepting our invitation. And Eileen, thank you so much again for your passion for our youth in this wonderful community. Most of the time, one question to all of three of you guys. Most of the time we are depending on government. What is the role of business? What is the role of business to ensuring that these young millennials get their dreams to become a reality? Because sometimes we put so much faith in government, and I'm one of those people who have practically given up on government. This conference, 96% of the delegates are CEOs, CIOs, chairman of board. Please, maybe 1 or 2 things on how they can practically be involved in developing the next generation of leaders, or as I call them, the next breed without greed.
The next breed without greed.
Correct.
Yeah, no, definitely got to remember that.
Yeah.
May I answer?
Yes, absolutely. You're welcome to go.
I like your question, David, because, when we founded our NPO, there was one of 2 options. We either wait and wait and wait, or go to government and wait. So we thought, no, why not find ways to generate our own form of income? A lot of people ask us, okay, so we have a factory in Maboneng where we manufacture, with COVID hit, we were doing PPE and everyone we employ are the unemployable, we'll call them that. And we thought, okay, we would either wait for funding or create our own funding. 3 ladies, we have our own sewing machines, we have hands, we're able to now generate income, create jobs, but also raise funds for our facilities. A lot of people want to wait for the answers, but they don't look for them. And I think that's what makes our establishment very different is not once have we waited for funding, we created our own funding. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it absolutely does, Aileen. Just the importance of appreciative inquiry as well is using what you have and stop waiting on the next person to create that opportunity for you. A lot of the most sustainable opportunities are ones that come from adversity that you've actually created on your own. Sarah, I'd love to know what, in your experience just traveling the continent as well, what have you found the youth to be doing to increase that appetite to really drive change and stop relying on external entities to support them as well?
Yes. And there's a conversation we've had in very many countries with youth from very many African countries. And, I think we have very quickly realized that that old story we are all told by our parents that go to school, work very hard, go to university and get a very good job, doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We have awoken to that reality because we were told, you'll become a doctor, become a lawyer, and then they didn't tell us in which hospital. They didn't tell us you become a lecturer in which university, in which school. They didn't tell us you become maybe a pilot in which airline, Nobody taught us how to be able to make those airlines. So we have very quickly woken up to that reality and embraced entrepreneurship. I mean, I was just having a conversation. I was seated in town in Nairobi with a conversation with a young lady, and when she's studying hotel management, and even before she hasn't finished, she feels like I feel like I want to leave this, because right now she started doing some business which is picked up and it's doing very well, and she's wondering if she still needs to continue with that. So I think we have really embraced entrepreneurship. We were looking at it as a solution to the problem we've had. I mean, every African government, the problem of unemployment, I think, is on like in Kenya, unemployment for young people is about 42% right now, and it's worse even for many other countries right now when people have lost so many jobs. I mean, entrepreneurship is really the way out, because all of us, we have creativity. If you don't have the money, the first capital you have is an idea, is your mind, is the idea that you have. So each one of us has that, and we've been really, getting out those ideas and creating businesses and looking for support, because for us to be able to scale up a little bit, just moving that idea to a startup, you may need support moving that startup. Some of us have startups, we have started up some small businesses here and there, selling shoes here and there. How do I move that from a startup to an SME? Some of us have SMEs, how do you move that SME or medium-sized MSME to big business? So when you may need support transitioning from to all those. So I think we have really embraced that, and we are no longer, I can tell you for sure, you're no longer, in many places you go, you are no longer looking up to the government to provide the jobs. We are really looking at how do I create jobs for myself and feed my family, and also be able to employ other people, offer employment, and also contribute, to the government, because you pay tax here and there, So we are really exploring, entrepreneurship, and that's why conferences like this are very important even for young people to attend, because we get to engage with decision makers, that is like in policy. The other place we need to really speak about is really on policy, because each of our countries, have visions, Vision 2040, Vision 2053, I mean, that's by the African Union, visions. I mean, in 2053, who is going to be there? Who is going to be there?
That is so true, Sarah, because half of them won't even be alive, girl.
Sorry?
I'm saying that's so true, because half of them who are establishing these visions won't even be alive to see them through,
Very good, and that's why it's very key. One of the things we've been speaking is really advocacy, and we want to get into these tables. We are not seated on the periphery. Let me say this, we are not seated on the periphery of Africans' growth and development. We are part and parcel, we are the forefront. We are seated on those tables, we are looking for opportunity, inviting ourselves into those key decision, big tables, yeah? Because if we are not on the seats, for sure, we are on the plates as males, and we don't want that. So we want to be able to create policies that really help us help us to be creative and innovative and create businesses that will be able to sustain our economies. Yeah, so we are really exploring entrepreneurship.
I'm so sorry to cut you short. You've touched on such important sub-themes. I don't even know where to start. But I've noticed another thing that you've mentioned, and I wonder if I should also address this, about how parents also try to live vicariously through their children by saying you've got to attain this particular degree, and really fantasizing the idea of, of a certain degree as well. And I wonder to what extent the universities are playing that role in catalyzing that stereotype to say you've got to undergo this particular journey in order for you to become successful. I know that we are a bit pressed for time. I'd just like to find out how many minutes we have left, just so that we can sort of close off. Okay, as we close off, I'd love to ask or find out from you, Aileen, what's been the role of just the narrow-mindedness of going for a degree versus going into enterprise development as well, and why parents will always say, no, but you can acquire that business, go into business, but start with a degree. Why do you think there's that degree obsession at a social level?
Well, I'll speak for myself.
Yes, please. Okay. You're welcome to use your personal experience as well. Yes.
I think that as a parent, myself, I'm a mom, and if I look at my kids, I realize that when my daughter, for instance, does what I used to do, she is repeating my fears, basically. And I think that's what happens with a lot of parents, is they're afraid that their children will miss opportunities that they missed. Sorry, I think my mic is dead. Sorry about that.
I'm happy to give her my mic. I do forget that we've also got to observe pandemic protocols, so I wasn't exactly able to hand it over to you. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. So I feel that a lot of parents, are maybe afraid that, the children, the youth will miss an opportunity that they missed. But what we also have to remember is our youth now have more access to those degrees than we did, or than our parents did. So that's why it's easier for mom and dad to stress that you should go for that degree. Because what was accessible to us, it's completely different. And I feel that, we overlook the importance of education. I think in hindsight, if I was younger and I could do it again, I would do it again. But at the same time, I feel that my experience in business got me to where I am today. And that's why I always say that, when I look at ICANN, I love that statement. If you put a person with a degree next to a person with ability, I promise you the ability will completely outweigh the degree. I'm not saying education isn't important, but self-belief is very, very important. And it doesn't matter how much our parents will push us to do something. If we don't believe that we can do it, we won't be able to do it. And my worry now with our youth and the current generation that we have is that they lack the ability to look past the exterior, and they don't focus on the interior. The Ubuntu, the values, the respect. So many things that build us up as people in business that we need. Because integrity is what is going to build our youth. And that's what builds a business. There's no way people can be sitting here and tell us that they've been part of ICANN for 20 years. If you've been part of ICANN for 20 years, it's because it's an establishment that has integrity. And they have values and morals. But that isn't being taught anymore. And unfortunately, I feel that schools as well should start teaching that, the more values. And our parents as well. So we are focused, yes, on education, but we're not focused on building the characteristic of the youth. Yeah.
It's so important that education be predicated on, excuse me, on empathy, on emotional intelligence as well, and on sustainable leadership and personal branding in a corporate space. It's one thing to go into a futuristic world of work, but if you don't have the soft skills and the qualities that will sustain you as a human being, then it really doesn't matter what you have to offer, because value is multifaceted. It's not just focused on IQ. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. Professor Moyo and Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Aileen, for being with us physically. Thank you so much again to our guests who are joining us virtually. As we do wrap up, of course, the importance, which I'm not sure we extended on properly, was to also see what we can do at a curriculum content level and see to what extent that development can really feed into the futuristic world of work as well. And if that can't happen, then we've got to be adaptable and seek alternative methods of upskilling and reskilling, particularly given the digital transformation. But thank you so much as we close off. I do look forward to seeing you afterwards. Thank you again so much, Professor Moyo, if you're still with us, and to the wonderful and vivacious Sarah Munyi from Kenya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As we wrap up the first segment of the program, I would like to hand over to Dr. David Molapo. He will introduce the second segment of the program.
Just wanted to, do this now. You can't talk about the millenniums, right? I'm not done going this thing. Are you having fun, guys? This is the real world in person. Because of COVID, we have limited people here. And thank you so much. I understand it's 67 countries. Please, let's give them a wonderful round of applause. Thank you so much. The second day, Asmakhoto doing a good job. Our Cindy, good job. Now, the next speaker is a friend of mine. I have literally walked the journey with him. This is a man who understands what crisis is all about. Believe you me, for 17 years, he was a male nurse. A male nurse. We honor him for that. Of course, he had a crisis of identity. That's what we would have said, prejudging him. But during that time, he was able to overcome some difficult challenges. From being a nurse, this man became the first Minister of Finance for the Northwest government. Wait a minute. From a nurse uza kuthatha la khona ngeJerusalem akubeke la akususe la akubeke la, not only for 2 terms as a Minister of Finance. Those days they did not have PPE problems. He didn't have any scandals. Everything was just sharp. He got promoted. He became the CEO, Chief Encouraging Officer, Catalyst Empowering Others for the South African Bureau of Standards. Some of you will recall there was a crisis. People were being shot at. And again, it's as if he attracts crisis. People are being shot at in the workplace. He becomes the CEO. I was privileged. He called ICANN to come on in to transform that organization. And his track record is amazing. From there, he became the first black president of the Afrikaanse Handel Institute. And then, as if that was not enough, he was the chairman of the board of trustees for the 7th largest pension fund in the world. 870 billion rand at that time. He was the first chairman. Up to now, no PPE scandal, nothing stolen, everything, he left it intact. Actually, it's now 1.something trillion. Today, he is the chairman of Exusio, which means authority. He's a director of Netcare and many other organizations. So we wanted a seasoned, Makhoto seasoned, not a mature or older, a seasoned veteran to come and talk to us about the credibility that we need as leaders, and particularly after this wonderful panel on how we are prepared to pass the baton. Because the problem, Mr. Martin Kaskas, in Africa, we die with this baton. Ningtolela, nizangishiala. We die with that baton. And instead of giving the next generation, what do we do sometimes? We throw it. And the poor millennials must be able to try and find this thing. Those days must begin to end. Hashtag, that kind of leadership must fall. Hashtag. Mr. Martin Kaskas, come up front, my bro, and come and inspire us and tell us on how do we get this thing right as elders so that we can pass the baton to the next generation. Let's give my brother a wonderful round of applause. Are you going to use this?
Get myself sorted out here. Okay. Thanks very much for that warm introduction, Brother David. It's great to see you again, and some of the old faces of the ICANN family that I haven't seen for quite a while now. This is also a historical day. It's my first day in Joburg, you know, since March. I stay in Arabiespoort, and, you know, interprovincial travel prevented me from coming to Joburg. My car never saw petrol since March. It's still on quarter tank, and it went to the car wash last week, Saturday, because I didn't want to come with a dirty car to Joburg. But on a more serious note, I've been asked to share with you this afternoon on how to lead effectively during this digital age. Let me start off by saying, you know, we've come a long way since the days when our forebears, their major economic activities revolved around hunting, subsistence farming, and the like. And the world has moved on, and some people coined it revolutions. We went through 4 of them. The first was the revolution that was driven by mechanization, where machines took over the horse cart business. The second revolution was mass production, where people started producing things in mass. The factory lines and the big logistics came out of that era. The third revolution was computers. That's the age where we spoke about the information age. And now the 4th industrial revolution is driven by cyber-physical systems, where artificial intelligence, robotics, and the Internet of Things, that has become the order of the day. Now, I've been asked by the organizers to speak about, you know, the DNA of effective leadership in the digital age. But I took the liberty to slightly tweak the theme without distracting from the substance. And I want to speak to you this morning. Do we have the slides on, Arnold? I want to speak to you this morning on the theme, who raises the village? There's an old African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And I want to ask the question, if it takes a village to raise a child, who raises the village? Who are the people that drives the thinking? Who are the people that drives the behavior and the attitudes and the values? As Waylin has mentioned earlier on in a beautiful panel discussion, who are these people that drive these things in the village? You see, the world is increasingly being called a global village, with globalization, with you know, the whole interconnectivity that we currently experience. The question remains, who raises the village? Who are those amongst us whose good judgment, born out of hard-earned experience, can be trusted as we grapple with serious developmental challenges moving forward? The last time I checked my dictionary, a revolution speaks of dramatic and wide-ranging change in the conditions, attitudes, and operations in our environment. And we are on the cusp of a major revolution. If we are not properly prepared for it, our village will go to waste. And as we navigate this new and relatively uncharted waters of the fourth industrial revolution, with all the groundbreaking possibilities, our village need to be on our guard, because otherwise we will be the consumers, as is currently the state, and we will not be the ones that set the agenda that will move the processes in this world forward. Now, what's been happening in this village? Firstly, this village is quite urban. You know, when I look at the last Economic Forum report of 2019, since 1950 to 2019, the world's urban population has risen almost sixfold, from 751 million to 4.2 billion people. There's close to 5 million people moving into cities per week, which means it's a highly urbanized environment. Secondly, this village is relatively young. 42% of the world's population is now people under the age of 25 years old. But this village is also poverty-stricken and uneven distribution of resource, socioeconomic opportunities. Half of the world's population is living on less than $5.5 per day, according to the latest Oxfam reports. And only 1% of the world's population owns about double the collective wealth of 6.9 billion of us. Only 1%. So it's a scary thought, what's happening currently in this village. But in this village, we also have a serious crisis of relationships. And this crisis is characterized firstly by increasing individualism. You know, nowadays when people get onto the scene, the first question they ask, what is in it for me? The collective good has been put on the back burner. Secondly, there's decreasing sociability in our village. We are so widely connected, and I don't want to knock, you know, technology. I'm doing fairly well with these things, and what could we have done with this conference if it wasn't there? But I was shocked the other day. I was shocked a couple of months ago. I was watching a couple with their family. They are there for lunch, but everybody's on their cell phone, you know. We are so technologically connected and yet so relationally disconnected. Thirdly, this village is also, this crisis of relationship is also characterized by increased materialism. Value judgment is based on externalities. When you see me, you want to find out, you look at what car I'm driving, what clothes I'm wearing, what position I'm occupying, and you know, these are the things that define me. And we don't look at the innate virtues and innate values of people. And charisma has superseded character. And we'll talk about that later on. And this village is crying out for leadership. Credible leadership, a type of leadership culture that is more humane, authentic, and can give meaning to people's lives. On a daily basis, when me and you open up the media, there are just too many instances of betrayed trust, abandoned values, exploitation, manipulation, and these things are done by very powerful people in our leadership ranks. I don't need to remind you, you know, the Zondos and all these type of things, some horrific stuff that comes out of there. And we will never be able to assert ourselves in this arena of the fourth industrial revolution with this type of leadership. We've got to change gears. And we've heard from the millennials this morning, our young people, Yes, they are in charge of their own destiny, but they need the support, guidance, and affirmation of us in the village to make their dreams come to reality. And this morning, let me submit to you, this afternoon, let me submit to you that credibility is the DNA of effective leadership. What do I mean with credibility? Credibility refers to the truthfulness of origins, commitments, and intentions. It enables you to deal with the external world not based on external agendas, but inner conviction, because, you know, there are people that can be tossed around, they shift allegiances just because of what they can get out of it. But credibility is also not a matter of outward technique. You know, credibility, you can't fake it. It's a question of having it and of developing it and having it. And credibility, you know, speaks of those type of leaders that can be trusted, they can be respected, they are admired, and we believe when these leaders start speaking to us. Now, how do we develop credibility? The list is not exhaustive, but I just want to leave you with 6 issues here this morning. Let me quickly run through it. The first area of development comes in the area of character development. You see, reputation is basically what other people think of me and you, the impressions that they have about us. But character answers this critical question: who are you really like when no one is looking? And therefore, we need to make sure that at the end of the day, we live our life informed by a value compass against which all our decisions are evaluated. Now, I don't make an apology for that. I follow the Christian faith, and I've used the Bible primarily as one of my major sources that helps me as a compass to calibrate all of my decisions. Because if you don't stand for anything, you will fall for everything. And therefore, there must come a day in your life where you need to start defining for yourself, what are the non-negotiables in my life? By so doing, you will develop your character. The second thing that helps us to develop credibility is that me and you must have clarity of direction. The 2 most important days in a person's life is the day when you were born, and the second most important day is the day when you actually discover why you were born. And some of us, the bulk of us, most probably have never put in serious thought to discover why they were born. And each one of us must at some stage of our lives start asking critical questions: what is my vision? What is my purpose and my reason for being? Why am I doing what I'm doing? Do I have a game plan to get me from where my current reality to the desired place where I should be? Am I aware of the things that I need to forgo, the sacrifices that I've got to make in order to reach that reality? And for those of us who are in the business and professional lives, it has never been about the money. It's about serving a higher purpose. If it's just about the money, you're going to be very, very much disappointed, because I know very rich, poor people in this world. People with stacks of money, but there's no purpose for that money. They're not fulfilling a higher purpose. The third thing that we need to do to develop credibility is to develop our competence. And with competence, I mean having the requisite skill set to get the job done. There's nothing that can undermine your credibility than being inaptitude and incompetent. I've worked under such leaders in my lifetime, and they're very quick to remind you they're the boss, and listen here, it's my way or the highway, and those sort of things. And therefore, you know, they hide their incompetence sometimes through arrogance and threats and all those sort of things. You need to be known for something in which you can excel and become an expert and authority in the field. Martin has come to the realization that he can't be everything to everybody. So I spend a lot of time to excel in the following three things. Martin excels in people development. Martin excels in leading institutions, especially financial institutions. And perhaps if you've been listening attentively for the last 10 minutes, you might also have discovered that Martin excels in speaking. And therefore, we need to invest in the tools of our trade and hone our skills on a consistent basis, because we're living in a world of specialization, and this will enable us to operate at the level of excellence. The fourth thing that will help us to develop our credibility is communication. You see, credible leaders have this ability to cut through the clutter and get to the core issue that needs to be dealt with. And once they understand what is the core issue, they then have this ability, they demonstrate this ability to articulate their intentions with such precision and power in a compelling, persuasive, yet graceful manner. It's not always what we say, it's how we say it. And some of us can be so rightfully wrong because of the way we say it. And therefore, we need to communicate at all times. We need to engage with care, concern, and sensitivity. You see, meaningful engagement is a matter of trust. John Maywood puts it so beautifully. He says, you cannot trust somebody that cannot be vulnerable, and you cannot be vulnerable to somebody that you cannot trust. And therefore, effective communication comes at a level where there's trust. Because leadership is ultimately about taking people to be trusted enough to take people into areas that they never expect they're capable of going. And they can only follow you, and they can only go with you if they trust you. The fifth thing, how to develop your credibility, is that we need to develop composure. Ladies and gentlemen, behavior matters. I've been in the company of very influential leaders, and I tell you, what you see on stage and what you see ultimately in private corners, it's scary. The way they treat their staff, the way they speak to people, and so, am I talking to the right audience here? You know such people? They don't have any emotional intelligence at all. And what do I mean? Because credible people have very strong levels of emotional intelligence. That ability where you can set a high degree of emotional intelligence is where there's a consistent display of emotional health and maturity that sets a positive mood. So to develop credibility, we've got to maintain impeccable character. We've got to make sure that we have absolute clarity of direction. We've got to work at our core competencies. We've got to communicate well. We may need to maintain a healthy composure. And lastly, we also need to make sure that we develop courage. I've been in this game too long to appreciate that you're going to lose certain fights. If I take off my jacket, you'll see a lot of scars on my back here. I've been through a lot of instances where, you know, things didn't go as planned. It's a question of how do you get up, dust yourself up, and where you have the strength to persevere in difficult circumstances. It's actually a way of life. It's standing up for what you believe in, resisting compromise, and staying true to yourself no matter the cost. Because, let me remind you this morning that a temporary setback in life is not fatal. It's part of the learning process. It's out of those mistakes that we've made that we become more mature, that given a similar set of circumstances, what will we do differently? Now, let me get practical and allow me to just share a small snippet of my leadership journey and how I had to develop credibility and what credibility has ultimately done for me to where I am today. As Dr. Molapo indicated earlier on, I started off 17 years ago in the nursing profession. I was in the nursing profession for 17 years. And then came 1994, I was approached by the ruling party to avail myself of politics. And I never actually liked this political game. It just sounded so sleazy and, you know. But well, those days, Madiba is in charge of the country. There was no back chat. We went and we wanted to change the country. I found myself elected into the Northwest Provincial Legislature. And in a matter of a few days, my life turned around. Sworn in the Saturday, next week Thursday, Premier announced his cabinet, and my name is read out there as number 7. You're going to be the MEC of Finance. Now, I didn't understand the debit from a credit by then. Okay? I'm just a nurse, you know. And now, when I went to sit in that chair, I discovered I'm now in charge of 5.8 billion rand. And my last training in finance was my civil servant salary. After deductions, when everything, the bond and everything is paid off, there was only 6,500 in the paycheck, you know. But through God's grace, I completed 2 terms there. And you can check with your friend Google. There's no skeleton in the closet. I didn't give any tenders to my family, jobs to my pals, and I had to develop credibility there. It was tough. But when your name appears at the golf club as an honorary member, you know your time is up. And when you go to Leopard Park Golf Club now, you'll see my name there, Cindy, honorary member Martin Kaskas with my 18 handicap. Because you can't play golf Wednesday and Saturday. It became too comfortable. So I moved into the SABS, where, as Dr. Molapo indicated, got into a total new field there. I arrived there and, you know, I had to turn the place around to such an extent that I was ultimately elected onto the ISO, onto the ISO International Council. I used to go to Geneva at least 4 or 5 times a year. But during that time, I was also approached by the Minister of Finance to become the first chairman of the Government Employee Pension Fund. And there I was. You remember when I left the Northwest, my last budget was about 22 billion rand. All of a sudden, I must now look after, at that time it was 850 billion rand. And you know, it was such an awesome responsibility because you're looking at the life savings of over 1.5 million people. And on the 27th of April, and significantly so, I got an invite to the New York Stock Exchange by the late Kofi Annan, where he launched the United Nations Principles on Responsible Investment, and he only invited 36 founding signatories. And I wasn't invited because I'm African. I was invited because we were the 7th biggest pension fund in the world by then. And we signed up into the Principles of Responsible Investment, and I spearheaded that process here in South Africa. It's about ESG, all our investments need to consider environmental integrity, social equity, as well as good governance. I served there for 3 years into that board. I was appointed onto that board of the Global Compact of the United Nations. And at some stage, I got an invite to actually go and address the United Nations. You can go and check, my friend. I was there on the 9th of June, 2008. I flew for 18 hours. I only spoke for 12 minutes, but I was there. I was there. And if you still doubt where I've got dressed since, during lunchtime, there was these 10 round, about 6 round tables, and we was ushered into a room there, and guess who walks in there? The former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. And we were wearing exactly the same, Thamsanqa, Daniel, powder blue ties. Don't look at me, I'm getting old now, I've lost a bit of my touch. But he said, I believe you're from South Africa. And that's how we took that photo. And I tell you, I came back and we spearheaded this drive in South Africa on responsible investment. Why am I telling you this story? If I messed up in Mabatu, Cindy, and didn't maintain credibility there, and fiddled around with monies there of government, I would have never been appointed by President Mbeki to look after 850 million rand. Billion rand. I've never been appointed. If I didn't look properly after that 850 billion rand, the Mine Workers Provident Fund wouldn't have invited me to take them out of momentum and go and start our own self-administration platform of 148,000 members. I spent 9 years there now, and I left there with 8 clean, successive audits. They recruited me across the road there at Liberty now, and I'm on the Liberty Corporate Umbrella Funds because I had to build credibility. Do you get the picture? This is not political correctness. This is not being connected. This is a developmental process where you need to take a conscious decision about character. And I had to also develop my competence. I couldn't blame apartheid indefinitely. I had to learn the tools of the trade. I had to spend weeks at Harvard University, London School of Economics, and so on, and start understanding the language of money. I also had to make sure that, I conduct myself well, the way I communicate, the composure and all those sort of things, and I never allow these things to run through my head. Because there is honor in humility. I want to close by stating the following. The question still remains, who raises the village? You see, if we want to leapfrog into this new environment of smart cities and the Internet of Things and artificial intelligence and so on, it will warrant our collective ingenuity, and we will need credible leaders to take us there. And given the vexing socioeconomic challenges that we're facing in our country, will call upon me and you to develop the type of credibility where we are believed, that we are trusted, that we are respected, and people admire us for who we are. See, I'm specifically talking today to our African leaders. We're on the back end of the developmental curve, yet Africa has been identified in the World Economic Forum as the new frontier of growth. And for us to leapfrog into that environment will warrant credible leadership. It will warrant people that has character, people that has absolute clarity of direction, people that can lead us into a specific situation. The way they communicate to us, we will be able to be behind them and move forward in this environment. And yes, we owe it not only to ourselves, as we've heard the cry of our young people this morning, we owe it to the next generation as well. They shouldn't find the place worse off than when we arrived here. When we depart from the scene, we should hand over a level of the environment must be such that what defines us as a people is not based on some of these things that are bringing us down nowadays, greed, selfishness, self-interest, and those type of things. We need to go back to who we are as a people, where the collective good makes sense. And yes, it's not just going to happen. It's about intentionality. You've got to take a decision about it. If you want to be credible, because credible leaders ultimately become incredible leaders. Long after they've left, their legacy still lives on. And therefore, as I close this afternoon, learn it, lead it, live it, and lead it. I thank you.
The video, guys. Well, let's give a shout to our brother Martin Kaskas. Thank you so much for being short, sweet, up to the point about the 7 C's of building credibility. Character, clarity of vision, competence, communication, composure, courage. And let me go in 7, because 7 is a nice number. In a whole 7, creativity. Thank you so very much again. And we are unfortunately pressed for time, but I know a lot of people will get a hold of you. You spoke like a groot man. Baie dankie. Let's give him again another round of applause. Now, our next speaker, who's also a panel discussion, a leader, is a friend. Zunaid Mohideen, who happens to be the CEO of Leadership and Self-Mastery Institute. Let me pause. Also one of our sponsors. Zunaid, I know you're going to come up here, but please stand up. Let's give Zunaid a wonderful round of applause. We thank you. And I also see Kate from GCT, one of our sponsors. Kate, please stand up. Let us see you. Let's give Kate a wonderful round of applause. I see Sagra, Leadership. Latam Sangla, please stand up. Let us see you. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. And then Caspar is right there. Our place is already decontaminated. Siyabonga Caspar. Please, Caspar, people stand up. Let us see you. Thank you so much. Back to Zunaid. Zunaid Mohideen, a young man. He's a seasoned entrepreneur who has held executive roles, e.g. Dell Computers, and many 28 years of experience as a seasoned entrepreneur and also a business executive. He's a philanthropist, but his passion is on this thing called boards. And I know that Brother Martin already laid the foundation, that the boards, that's where the decisions are. I always tell my team that I do not want to be in the dining room. As a business leader, I want to be in the kitchen. Because in the kitchen, that's where all the concoctions are made. I don't like being called in the dining room because already a lot of things are happening in the dining room. Food that maybe I may be allergic to is already prepared. And that's the passion that Zunaid has got. He wants to be in the kitchen. And one way of him helping us is to understand the importance and the role of boards, particularly as we shift in this digital era and also post-COVID. Zunaid, come on in, my brother, and take it from there. Let's put our hands together for my friend, Zunaid.
So it's very rare that David makes a mistake, but he's made a mistake. So I'll just have the opportunity and the privilege to rectify. So firstly, this session is not about the boards. The next session, I think in about 2 hours' time, is the session where we start focusing on what the role of the board is, okay? This session is another passion of mine. It's really about effective leadership, both from a coaching perspective, because it's tough on top. You're lonely, trust me. When you fail, yeah? So this session is about two parts of it. It's about how do we assist leaders, like Martin says, when you're stuck and you don't have that voice, that you have somebody to bounce off to. The second part of it, I've invited two of probably top executives in the ICT space, Charmaine and Suren Govender. These are, as Martin Kasker said, seasoned executives, credibility, have proven how to deliver in a responsible manner. I've also invited another two executives who are responsible for coaching CEOs, and one of them, Angelo Caillas, who is the chairman of the International Management Consultants and Coaching Association. So without further ado, if I could ask my privileged guests, or my esteemed guests, to please join me. The fourth panelist that we have, and I'd like to bring her all the way from Israel at this point. Her name is Daphne. Do we have Daphne on the line? Hi.
Zunaid, hello. Can you hear me?
How are you doing? Welcome.
Good, excellent, thank you.
Welcome, all the way from Israel.
Yep.
As I said, guys, this panel is so esteemed. I will not do them honor, and if I had to introduce them, okay? So I'd like to start by each one introducing themselves so we can you can see what we're going to expect, okay? So Charmaine, please go ahead.
Charmaine Bouvet. I actually am the Senior Director for Cisco Africa. Cisco is a multinational that has been known actually for being very instrumental in terms of establishing networking equipment off the internet. I am also, thank you, I think it's off as well, on. I am also one of the commissioners on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I chair the policy and the legislation working group, which basically means giving advice to the president and the different stakeholders around the types of policies and legislation that needs to change to adopt the 4R technology. I'm also a shareholder in a software company, and I also sit on a number of boards in an advisory capacity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. Hi, everyone. My name is Suren Govender, and I'm the Group Chief Digital Officer at Life Healthcare. Life Healthcare is a global healthcare provider. In South Africa, we're best known for our 72 hospitals and healthcare facilities, and in Europe and actually globally, we serve radiology, the entire radiology value chain. I also serve on the board of Care Connect, which is the first health information exchange that's been created actually as a result of quite a robust process to deliver a lot more transparency in healthcare data or patient data. My background is very simple. I think I was born a technologist. If I'd been born when mobile phones were around, I would probably have grabbed onto that first or something. So it's always been a passion of mine. And I think along the years, having met various people through roles as an engineer, then in operations, then in ultimately, I'll say in developing business and then leading businesses. I think I took a lot of the, I think a lot of us reflected on, especially if you've had long careers, like our previous speaker, when you take chances. So I've taken a massive chance by leaving banking, which was tough enough, at ABSA as Chief Data Officer, and then coming into healthcare at a time when I think healthcare suddenly just emerged accidentally as top of mind for all of us. So really looking forward to contributing here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Suren. Angelo?
Hi, everybody. I'm Angelo Cahias. It sounds a bit boomy, but that's fine. What can I tell you? I like to start off by saying I'm a rocket scientist, a theoretical physicist and mathematician, but I went astray somewhere along the line and I became a consultant. So I have over 40 years of business experience, but my passion lies in two areas. One is entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial development, and the other one is in the building of professional advisors, which is what I stand for in the Institute. And those two passions actually come together quite often. The only exception on the entrepreneurial side is the CEOs of corporates, because that's another area of passion, but it ties into the second area that I spoke about. So it's about building professional advisors and building entrepreneurs and building the leaders of the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Angelo. And that we'll be speaking about that, the role of those advisors, because sometimes we have the wrong advisors, Mr. Kaskas. So we'll come back to that. So, Daphne, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
You go ahead, please.
Okay, so I am delighted to be here from Israel. In my previous career, I was an actuary, so very much a researcher and analytician, if you want to call it that, with stats and trends and all of that. And I experienced firsthand, working in corporate, the leadership gap that exists. And my passion became to make a difference to leaders in this world, because that is what's going to carry us through the tough times, and that is what's going to see us through into a better world, which I think is something that we all want. So this is my passion and career at the moment. I'm a master certified coach with the International Coach Federation, and I'm CEO of my own company, Daphne Horowitz Leadership. And my passion and purpose is about developing leaders of the future. And I consider everyone a leader, and I work with CEOs and their teams to really make a difference to the world that we're living in.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so while you're on the line, let's start with you. The first thing is we know that during this tough time, CEOs, leaders are going under tremendous pressure. They're under tremendous pressure to succeed, to provide that silver bullet. Yeah? As coaching CEOs and leaders, what are you seeing out there at the moment? And what is your role as a coach in terms of helping them through this?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Excellent question. And I think that really what we want to be looking at is what are the new models of leadership. So I think this is something that we've experienced and discussed for years now. And at the same time, what COVID has brought to us is an almost boosted need to really look at what's required for the future. And that's why we called this session, What Got You Here Won't Get You There. Because the new there is filled with chaos and uncertainty, and it's going to require a certain model or a new model of leadership to really take us to the there that we want to be in, and we don't even know what that is. So for the first time, or maybe significantly for the first time, we have very, very little answers. And we already understand that leaders are not going to provide that silver bullet. They are not going to be the heroes who will lead us out of it. And that's what leaders really need to understand and grow into, is that we are going to do this as a community, as a collaborative effort. We're going to really need to know how to dance with uncertainty and chaos, how to lead in this global world that has all of a sudden become shrunk because of access to everyone. Look at me, I'm sitting in Israel and talking to you now. And all of this complexity requires a different kind of way of leading, a different mindset, a different way of collaboration, and certainly moving away from the model of I'm the hero because I'm the leader and I'm going to give you the answers and I'm going to be that silver bullet who will get us through this. It just does not work like that anymore.
Okay, superb. So if I'm hearing you correctly, from a coaching perspective, you have a major responsibility in terms of working with CEOs, in terms of how do they transform as they transform their businesses into the
Right.
digital era. Do you feel that most CEOs are prepared for this transition?
You know, I think most CEOs are preparing. I don't think there's a prepared for this transition, because I think the transition is continuing all the time. There is no point B that we are going to get to and then everything's done. This is the nature of the world that we're living in. We have to be agile, on our toes, and constantly evolving and developing. And that's what's required of our leaders. They need to understand, they first of all need to look inside. What is the mindset that is going to enable them to lead in this chaotic world, in this uncertainty, in this global workplace? How are they going to lead and bring together people and communities in a remote environment where you can't connect so easily? You're not going to walk past someone's desk and be able to have a little chat with him or her. You're going to have to make an effort to actually bring people together. And the only way we'll get through is by bringing people together from different parts of the world, different parts of industry. Wherever you're sitting, you've got a much bigger responsibility right now in terms of what it means to be a leader, how you're going to bring people together, and how you're going to traverse this transformational journey, both in the digital space and outside of it. So that's the other element, is bringing in that human factor, not forgetting about it as we undergo all these different levels of change.
Okay. So before I get to Angelo, because this whole concept about coaching, I'd like to get to that next. But I'd like to go to Charmaine. Charmaine, you've been in this industry for a while, and what she didn't say is that she's a senior exec at Cisco as well. And you guys are seeing across your client base these CEOs performing and transforming, as we were told yesterday. What are the trends you're seeing?
So I actually did tell them that I'm a senior executive looking after Cisco Africa. So I think one of, actually the first thing that comes to mind, which I think fascinates me, and I think just to take on from what Daphne is speaking about in terms of the core of technology, which for me is always humanity, is how for years we've been going backwards and forwards in the industry and so many verticals around how crucial work from home is. But it's fascinating that COVID actually forced that upon us as senior executives, because we always had this issue of trust. And now, surprisingly, empathy and trust are proving to be some of the key sort of currencies during this time. And we're showing up differently as executives. We've always questioned, if you are working from home, will you be as productive? And it's fascinating that some of us are actually overproductive, you know, if there's such a thing, because now those boundaries have been blurred between working from home and working at the office, and your home has just become an extension to the office. So therefore, we need to be so cautious around how we actually even start to relate to employees, because now for somebody like me who reports into the US, Brussels, Middle East, there's no timeline for how long I work. And this is something that we're trying to just caution around global employees. Something second, which I've seen show up quite consistently, prior to COVID, I spend a lot of my time on the continent advising global leaders around adopting digital agendas for their specific countries. And it's so interesting for me that a few weeks before lockdown, our global CEO and chairman actually reached out to a number of global leaders saying, hey, I see this potential lockdown coming. We understand that many countries, not just Africa, most continents are not prepared. Therefore, we'd like to offer you some collaboration technology to ensure that you are kept online. And again, I think what we witnessed was just how I think many companies are starting to see the gaps and opportunities in their value chains and are leaning in a bit more in terms of collaboration and partnership. So these are showing up so much more strongly, where many of the organizations, many multinationals, are even making a lot of the online platforms available to academia. So we see a lot of remote schooling to small associations, to small business, who we know is quite critical to recovering economies, and I think even to citizens, whereas this was something that we've never seen before. A lot of this collaboration technology and these platforms were really set aside for massive corporates. So for the first time, we're seeing this gap in the value chain, that we can bring others on board, and we can actually start to make this, I think we can start to democratize a lot of this technology out there. I think the third thing that I'm seeing with a lot of customers and partners is how, whilst they were not prepared, they've adapted so quickly to this disruption and this explosion. So I know the company I work for example, within a matter of days, we had to get 75,000 employees online and working from home. And I mean, that for me is just phenomenal. And we had to do the same for many of our partners and many of our customers and many of the channels as well. And I think it's fascinating for me to see how, even though in certain areas we are competitors, this was one time where we came together as a joint unit. And for a country like South Africa, we saw how people like Dr. Andile Ngaba and so many other influencers in the ICT sector came together to form different working groups to influence the assignment of temporary spectrum. We all know that data prices are high in South Africa. We all know that we have huge challenges around connectivity. And one of the things that many mobile operators have been pleading for years is release the high demand spectrum, release it so we can start addressing the connectivity issues. And I think that's something that I saw released, albeit on a temporary basis, but very quickly MTN and so many of the operators took that spectrum to the rural areas, and we're starting to see that connectivity is becoming easier. And I think lastly, something else is how this pandemic has forced us to start to reimagine the future. For decades, again, I've been traveling the globe saying, oh, but, you know, why don't you try this technology? We can start doing, you know, remote this and remote that. And leaders have never been interested. And then suddenly, it's been the busiest I've ever been. My phone has been ringing nonstop. I've been so overwhelmed because leaders are reaching out to say, oh, remember that remote health technology you spoke about? Many of us are unable to go into hospitals. We're unable to track patients. Can we have a look at that? And so we've deployed in South Africa alone so much of our technology in some of the major public hospitals so that doctors can diagnose offsite, so that some of the technology then takes the place of absent nurses and doctors. So I think these are maybe, for me, four of the biggest insights that I've gained during the pandemic.
Okay, excellent. I'm going to come back to you and I'm going to hold you accountable for something on the 4IR Commission. We said, I think Sarah was earlier, she said to us about how people have this vision, all these visions. And so I'm going to ask Charmaine to prepare for that in the meantime. So the question that I'm going to have for you there is, we have this vision for the 4IR Presidential Commission. What is that vision? But what is the implementation? So think about that. I won't put you under the spot. The next one is, so Suren, you've been loving exactly what Charmaine's been saying. I mean, you've probably, firstly, you're in the heart of the, or the epicenter of this whole hurricane. Yep. That's the second thing, is that you had all these employees that just had to work from home. Okay, so as CDO, firstly, what is a CDO? I mean, we hear CIO, CEO, all these titles. People say, what is the CDO? I'd like you to just share with us. Firstly, what is the CDO? It's a new career that's coming up. And secondly, what is the responsibility and what are the challenges that you faced at Life Healthcare?
Good, no, thanks, Sue. So there's actually two types of CDO, and I've been both. There's a chief data officer and there's a chief digital officer. So I did the data gig at ABSA, and now I'm leading digital for Life Healthcare. So what is a chief digital officer? Effectively, you've got to firstly enter with a mindset that it's not a permanent role. It is mostly suited to organizations that are laggards in terms of their transformation, but at the same time are presented with a massive transformation opportunity, right? So I'm an accelerant on many of these visions, actually, Zoo, to be honest. You know, I entered the healthcare business, and I was not disappointed, you know, to see archaic thinking. But what was poor was the execution, because, of course, there are many, many other priorities before you put digital transformation as an enabler to change our future existential question here, right? It's a very long discussion before you get to that as an outcome. So that's really the role as a we used to talk about it in the earlier days of technology, trying to get a seat at the table, meaning CIOs actually didn't sit on the exco, and many of them reported to CFOs, for example. all of that's flipped on its head. In fact, what we're seeing, and Charmaine, spoke about some good examples that where we saw COVID or global pandemic gave us an acceleration towards at least using technology. But I think, and really to get back to what's the purpose of digital, and in answering the question of what got us here won't get us there. It comes down to a mindset, right? So to be a successful chief anything these days, to be honest, you've got to have this intoxication with possibility. Because guess what? Shit happens, and it happens quickly, right? As we've all just seen, right? We know. And then there's the other side of the mindset, which is, this optimist pessimist. And we all, many of us, I know, I've certainly dealt with what I call verging on mental health issues as we've been separated socially from people who we've been taught to co-create. It's the basic human purpose, right? Is to create with others. So, when that gets, it feels like your arms get chopped off, and then you're getting, I don't have a very pleasant office at home because I don't like spending time cooped up in there. I'll do it when I'm writing deeply, but that's about it. But now having to spend hours, literally chained to a desk in a different way. So the mindset that one's got to approach this with is, I will achieve a better outcome using tech, but not using tech to lead this thing. But a big part of the mindset is this being intoxicated with possibility, is that anything is possible for any chief, anything, both positive and negative. If you enter the sort of race with an optimistic mindset, remember in life, the same challenges and the same crises get presented to both optimists and pessimists. They both are inflicted with the same level of hurt or damage. But the optimist will come out of that with a still optimistic mindset, right? So that's the mindset, is that, yes, I can, right? I can. Dave, don't forget, give you the plug. But how I got here and why it won't get me there, one of the things that stands out is many of us have been immune to disruption. And I talk about this not necessarily only at a corporate success level, as individuals, or even in the careers we chose or the industries we find ourselves in. Healthcare has been almost immune to disruption. Why? Because the model we follow today is pretty much invented around the time of Florence Nightingale in the Crimean War, when she discovered, hey, I can actually make these field hospitals work in a hygienic way. So the model hasn't changed, and hence we don't go and disrupt it, because if you disrupt it, you're actually upending something that is foundational to basic services, healthcare, or it could be water, right? We've all had crazy ideas about how to address this water thing differently, but it's going to be too disruptive. So that's one side of disruption. I suppose topical these days is also some of us have been immune to corruption, and corruption in various forms, whether it is in a government space or even just morally corrupting an organization. We've had this immunity because of the level of power that we may have wielded over others. But mostly, what we need to reflect on is that when it comes to tech, I think we need to, if we are in a bad place, Charmaine's got the examples of CEOs and CIOs are calling her, file for tech bankruptcy and move on, right? Say, yeah, we've tried to piece this thing together, just move on. Spend the money, move on. If you can't spend the money, then actually cut down your dependency on tech because you're not ready. I think you've got to be honest with yourself around that. Something more contentious, though, around addressing or a previous mindset of what got us here to what won't get us there is, we've had this obsession with customers and outcomes for customers and satisfaction, etc. It's a lot of rubbish, actually. The customer needs to come second. We've obsessed with the customer at the expense of the people creating the value that we vision what that value might be. Let's have some obsession around our people, around the people who, and I've seen it in banking. It's kind of scary, so I wasn't there very long. Mostly because it becomes, you take these very smart people, it's like what we do with kids, right? Take these young brains full of potential, put them in through a school program, turn out some cookies that kind of suit our need, and then throw them into another even more evil process called corporate. And then, ultimately we figure, what have we done wrong here? That investment in people for anything digital or any transformational outcome is critical. So you put your employees first. And I have a concept that I'm now incubating around value engineering. Because to be deliberate around creating value, you've got to actually, the engineer means I've got to plot it. I've got to, put these things in its place so that it's infallible. And when you then refer to your employees as value creators, and then understand what amount of value or what role of value creation they play in your value chains, as whatever value you're creating in your business or your government role for that matter, you quickly realize that you can leave the customers to the employees and not have a whole department about it. I suppose another important domain for me in the digital space is this topic of design. You'll hear it spoken about around service design or a methodology of how to, basically redesign a process. But mostly design is about, when something is thoughtfully and well designed, what it expresses is that you've designed with a level of care for how another human being is going to use that product or service, right? So I can design a copycat of my iPhone, right? And it may kind of look the same and feel the same, but it doesn't work the same. And that's actually Steve Jobs spoke about how design is about how it works. So in our business, providing healthcare, that's our product. Well, is it? No, our product is actually providing care, right? So you've got to design for care. How have you had nurses over the years designed for care? We haven't, right? We've designed for clinical outcomes and for clinical quality because there's an emphasis on providing or enhancing or at least maintaining the standard of life for someone who's ill. If anything, we're not the industry is not a healthcare industry, it's a sick care industry, right? So now I've got the opportunity to bring some tech to make people, I suppose, and this very, very, very scarce resource called a nurse, very essential resource called a nurse, needs to be augmented with some tech so that we can spend more time nursing and less time admin. And then ultimately, we've just had a new CEO start yesterday, a banker again coming into healthcare. No, yeah, I'll have to teach him. That it's actually very complex. Now, but as now a new CEO, this is helping me prepare for my conversations with him over the next few weeks about how are we actually taking this agenda forward.
So Suren, I like that, right? And I want to get back to you on that topic because I want to ask how many CEOs are actually ready for this transformation. That's number one. And number two, there's a difference between digitization and digitalization. Yeah. And I think a lot of people miss this thing. Yeah. And I'd like you to just touch on that, and I'd throw that between the two of you. Angelo, we've just spoken now about confidence, we've spoken about leadership, and what those qualities of leadership are. Second part of it is the type of coaches. So if I'm struggling as a CEO and I get one of your coaches, one, how do I check whether they're certified? Are they the right person for me? Because nowadays so many people call themselves a coach. Have you noticed? They call themselves a coach. And I've seen the trend. So my question to you is, what is IMCSA? And how do you help us make sure that we help people to become certified that would like to be a coach?
A short question with a long answer, but I'll give you the essence of it. The IMCSA was founded in 1972, so it's been around for a long time. It was also one of the 10 founding members of the international body called CMC-Global, which now represents 50 countries. And part of the process was, how do we professionalize advisory services? And I'll get to coaching just now because we've gone on a very parallel basis for the two. There is a standard called ISO 17024, which you can look up. But basically, it actually says any body certifying professionals according to a standard, and in this case, it's consulting and coaching, two separate standards. A lot of people get very confused between the two. And it actually says what needs to be in place in order for you to certify someone as competent in that domain. So the essence of it is you need to have a standard. You need to have a certification process. You need to have qualified certifying individuals and a lot more, bodies of knowledge, and it goes on. But in essence, and I'm glad Martin said it, and Martin, you and I have met before, a long time ago when you were at SABS. So the bottom line is that we have to ascertain that the individual has a track record, is competent, is trustworthy, because if you look at what we're looking for in the essence of trust, we're looking at two things, that's competence and integrity, which actually makes up the body. And I can go into a lot more detail, but that's for another time. So trust has been mentioned by a lot of people, and I believe this is the time for the trust economy to come to the fore. Because when you're dealing remotely with people, how do you know you can trust them? You're actually not making eye contact except through a screen, etc. So the bottom line is that we are pushing people to come up with a track record which is certified, where they have people who have said, this person is competent and ethical. And they have a minimum number of hours. For the master coaches, we're looking at 500 hours minimum face-to-face time. For the certified consultants, we're looking at a minimum of 3 years of consulting experience with a backing of a degree and management experience and so on. Does that answer your question at this stage? Because I don't want to go into
No,
too much.
I think that's perfect. I'm going to come back to you later with regards to the role of a leader as a coach.
Right.
Very important. Okay. So, Charmaine, I hope you thought about my question. It's a tough question, but I know you're going to answer it. The role of OIR and the Presidential Committee. What is that vision? Where are we? How are we making sure that we enable all the organizations that want to move on? And what is holding them back?
So in terms of the 4IR, it was never about us actually setting any specifics. I think what we came together as the corporate CEOs and leaders, together with SMME and academia and civil society, when we joined the committee was, I think, three things. I think the first thing was to showcase to government that it's really not about technology. It's really not about leading with technology. And I think we're trying to showcase to them as corporate entities, we're already way ahead of 4IR. 4IR is not an anomaly. It's nothing spectacular. It's nothing exciting. Many African countries have led with things like, blockchain and IoT, etc. And locally, there are dozens of examples, hundreds, if not that, where we already have so many of these sensors on cars. We have so many of these sensors on animals, especially the rhinos, who we know are under attack. We have these sensors on wearables. So I think corporates have pushed the envelope, and we're trying to show to government that the difference with 4IR is, whilst we've been using these technologies in isolation, government, for you to address the socio-economic crisis in the country, for you to address the issue around SMMEs, here are some of the technologies that you start to bring together to address that gap. But I think something that everybody in the room and the entire continent is aware of, one of the areas we pushed very hard in terms of the envelope was, before you even look at those possibilities, the second thing we said is focus on humanity and the issues that we are facing as a crisis around education in this country. Look at the schooling system from early childhood career development, and if you look at what's happening in many schools, it's a crying shame. It's depressing as a mother that so many of our children are being given a tablet in their hands, but without having the capacity to understand, what am I going to do with this tablet, without teaching them the fundamentals of, somebody said it earlier, remain curious, the collaborative thinking, that play that some of the schools actually encourage. How about we start looking at that? The next layer is for us to look at the curriculum. So how about we actually, as corporates, start to unpack for government, what are we looking for when we say we're looking for a corporate-ready employee? and a lot of what we're not getting. How do we ensure that from the entry level all the way up to the TVET colleges or the former FET colleges, how do we start to change that curriculum and all give input into that curriculum around what it should really look like and start to guide around that? The third thing that we actually looked at was a very big issue for the continent as a whole, because there's so many of these initiatives. I've worked with the UN and the African Union and so many other institutions to start, and we were stopped in our tracks because of lack of clear enabling policy and legislation. So how is it that you have so many duplicate and fragmented processes that all come from government entities, all attempting to do the same thing? So Telkom does the same thing, Broadband Infraco does the same thing, roads and rails, and we trying to do the same thing. How about we streamline that process and choose one player? So I think those are the top three things. It's just trying to prove that if we could just get one policy or one process corrected to say, how about we embrace the following? And I think, you know, Suren actually mentioned it around a critical area of healthcare. How is it, we were just trying to showcase how difficult can it be for all of us to have, digital records to ensure that every time you go, you don't have to look for your paper, you don't have to, have all of these fatalities simply because your script cannot be renewed online. These things are possible. I think we're trying to showcase to government the possibility. And I think a big step we did before that was to invest a lot of time and effort in providing this research to government by going to all of the other countries. And I know, again, something that not many South Africans were aware of was that, many countries globally are grappling with this concept of how do we really enable the converged technologies. How are we starting to see that there's a real sort of blur between the physical, the digital, and the cyber, and it's happening out there, but how do we really embrace it, and how do we actually narrate what we're doing? And we had done research from China, Japan, the UK, Philippines, so many of the other countries, and we realized that they were grappling with exactly what we were grappling with. They had all set up presidential commissions. Some of them called it Industry 4.0. Japan called it Industry 5.0. Some of them, when I was in Egypt last year with President Al-Sisi, he just launched the AI Council because he's clear that for his country, what he will lead with is AI. Dubai did the same. They appointed an AI minister because they're also clear that they're not interested in all the other 4R technologies. They're just interested in AI. And again, we were clear that we don't want to take a stance on one technology. We are clear that we're seeing IoT, we're seeing blockchain, we're seeing cybersecurity, we're seeing IoT, AI, machine learning. We're seeing all of these come together to start to change the narrative. So it was never, ever about anything else other than doing the research, providing the research to government, showing them that it is possible, also showing how other commissions that we reached out to and we discussed are also going through the similar debates with their presidents. And I think where we're at right now, we've presented our findings and recommendations to the president. President Ramaphosa has to take it through the different councils and structures. We had months and months of stakeholder engagements and public consultations, and I think the report is due to be released for further public consultation in October. Okay. And there are 8 key recommendations that come out in that report, but once the president approves and says he's happy with it, then that will actually be made online too.
Okay. I recall heading up public sector for Dell, that's where I first met. One of the key things that happens is that you have all these forums, all these discussions, and to Oliver's point yesterday, there is ego, and some of the people's egos is greater than the competence or commitment. And I want to put that to you, ladies. Are we seeing that, or is that team actually working together to really push forward the agenda of the country? I'll ask that question afterwards. So then, do you want to come in terms of very quickly, the difference between how do you digitize your business and look at your operational excellence, and how do you look at obviously changing the model in terms of a digital space?
Yeah, I think the misnomer around labeling everything digital has just sort of created more confusion there. So when we talk about digitizing something, it is literally the act of moving from analog to digital. And we'll still talk about it. I want to digitize my frontline. What do I want to do? Take out paper. Fancy way of saying take out paper. If I want to digitalize my frontline, I've got to add a lot more than just a device. In fact, this is the role where data plays a massive role in augmenting that individual, right? Actually, just a quick question for your audience who's in the room. How many of you think you have a high IQ? Am I sitting in a room full of dummies here? Come on. Okay, it is a trick question. Of course, high IQ. See it as something, okay, what am I going to do with it, right? Do you know you can enhance your IQ? In fact, many of you can actually score as a genius, as long as you've got your smartphone with you, right?
Please tell me how, Suren.
With your smartphone. But there's some serious research around cognitive augmentation, right? Now, what's this got to do with digitize and digitalize? Everything. Because the economic or socioeconomic gap we see today, which is exactly why our commission is formed, right? To address much of that. That gap we see, what's the future gap going to be when we all have a universal basic income? The gap's going to be in your cognitive ability. Because if you are a nurse who can, with a smart drug, which is available today, I've tried it, I'm serious, I've tried it, it actually does make you smarter, it does make you work harder, you can stay awake a lot longer, and there's no side effect. Well, so I've been told. So there's a smart drug. But even easier, you've got this cognitive augmentation device in your hands every day. So the vision around making it real has to be about how do you take the entire generation and the entire society forward with that outcome. It's not about the tech.
Sure.
It is about data, right place, right time, putting sort of good, quick decisions in the hands of leaders, very easily. That's what the essence of. And so I think it sounds close because the words are similar, but the intent is completely.
Sure.
Yeah.
If we had enough time, I would have loved to ask you the question is, how are we preparing staff for new skills, for new sets of skills that's expected in this new digital era?
I mean, I'll tell you in one sentence. At the moment, we're all failing, and they're preparing themselves.
100%, exactly, and that's the thing. So, Angelo, we have literally 2-3 minutes to wrap up. Yeah, almost. I wanna go back to Daphne very quickly. So, Daphne, I know you've been watching us, but if you had to give us advice around what took CEOs here but will not take them forward, give us your closing remark on that, please.
Okay, closing remark very quickly. It starts with a mindset. It's how are you thinking about things? How are you relating to people? And how are you moving forward towards your big mission? And I will add to that no CEO can go it alone. Just like you need a broad team of experts around you to drive forward your targets and your measures and your performance, you need a team of experts around you to challenge your thinking and develop you further and help you hold yourself accountable to a way bigger mission. Because just like Suren said, the cognitive augmentation is there already in the technology. We need to keep our brains alive and our thinking challenged, moving forward, and we can't do that on our own. So surround yourself with people who are better than you, who are going to challenge your thinking, and who are going to help you drive yourself to even higher levels of success, achievement, and fulfillment. I will say that because it's a holistic thing. We're not looking at people as workhorses, regardless of what level of the organization you are. We look at the human being as a holistic person who needs to be developed on all those levels. And that would be my closing remark. Thank you very much for having me here.
I'm glad to say I'm living one of them already. I'm surrounded with greater people than I. So the second...
That's a secret to success, by the way.
It is. Angelo, do you want to give us your closing remarks?
Well, so much has been said already, but I think what is important in this turbulent age is to remain true to yourself, to keep learning, and to be uncomfortable with being uncomfortable, or being comfortable with being uncomfortable, whichever way you find it. But to be prepared to deal with shocking changes in the environment, in your workplace, in everything else. So keep learning and keep being uncomfortable. Thank you.
So just for that, so Daphne and as well as Angelo are partners of the LSMI, the Leadership and Self-Mastery Institute. Our goal is to teach people how to be mentors and how to be coaches. So if you really want to do that, we're going to...
even higher level
Yeah, and one of the other things is we're going to make sure that we provide younger leaders with the assistance and support if they need to have an answer. Secondly, all these, so the two other senior execs on the my right-hand side will be mentors and coaches. So we'll have younger leaders that will be able to look after these role models and be able to give them a call and say, I'm really struggling with this. Can you assist? We'll also be training people how to be a proper mentor or mentee, because it's your responsibility. It starts with you. Okay. So let me go back to my technical or highly, from the ICT space. Your closing marks, please, Suren.
Yeah, I find, again, back to the, you know, the purpose of this discussion, what got me here won't get me there. I found fear is an amazing motivator. Of course, also, you know, fear abused can be a motivator, right? It's how we actually run a military in war. I had the misfortune of experiencing a cyber attack this year, a massive one, in the middle of COVID, in the middle of lockdown, in the middle of all of this. And I documented that sort of month of, you know, dealing with criminals, dealing with a paralyzed organization, et cetera, et cetera. So what is the first thing that all of us, it was this unknown attack on us. It wasn't just something that happened. You know, IT, someone didn't pull a plug out. It was a concerted criminal attack. And to disable a business, right, what are you fearful for? The first thing, and this is true leadership, and we had an acting CEO. I mean, Peter was our acting CEO at the time. His first concern was, when we spoke about systems, we spoke about how we're recovering, even through the COVID time, he spoke about the welfare of our people, the 25,000 people. Could we, or would this affect us enough? Could we still pay salaries? Could we still meet our supply, etc., right? That is true leadership. When the rest of us were paralyzed with fear and what are we going to do, he had the concern for the reason why we exist, the people. So that was a good lesson for me, and I think in that sort of the last few months, we've all grown a couple of years. For me, that was it. Take the fear, harness it, actually deal with it as a collective. Because if you let it hang about, it hangs about for years, and some people end up just being psychologically imprinted on them. So the fear factor experience this year was big for me, and I think that's what's going to set CEOs and leaders apart in the next few years, especially in an economy like ours, where we are presented with opportunity, but we know we're floundering at every step, and then also seized with I suppose, constraints. Right? We all have this, but yeah, make a plan.
Okay, excellent. So by the way, you have a coach on the left-hand side, so he can help. Okay, Charmaine, do you want to, your last closing remarks?
So I think very interesting for me, I think the ambassador spoke about it yesterday, and in my many travels to the continent, I think the ambassador was saying the continent lacks nothing. Again, you know, I just think it's political will. And it's always so refreshing when you go to countries in the East who have embraced so many of the 4R technologies around, you know, M-Pesa and around drones and all of these things, where they are making this work for the country. And I think they're addressing challenges of the country. And I think my big takeaway always is when I talk to leaders is look at the challenge you're trying to solve in your own country, because I think what you take from another country is not necessarily always going to fit into Africa. And I think we have this obsession with Silicon Valley where, oh my goodness, I want to be the next Silicon Valley, let's build the Silicon Valley of Africa. No, like we have so many challenges in South Africa itself, and there are so many opportunities that are just waiting to be discovered by our youth. And we heard from the ambassador that we're not short of really amazing ideas. I think it's just the business model that needs to be changed. And I see in Silicon Valley, whenever I go to my company, we have hundreds of the youth that come through on interns from Yale and Harvard and all these top universities who come in and give up themselves, and the company takes it and runs with it. And I think that's a model that's just waiting to be explored here. So I think definitely better collaboration between corporate, between, you know, academia and between society and government especially. And I also think solving challenges for Africa is going to take us such a long way.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much, because you're quite right. Context matters. You know, if you put a leader in a bad environment, he'll be a bad leader. If you take a solution from Johannesburg and you're trying to put it in Nigeria, won't work. So I think context and environment, Charmaine, you're absolutely right. So guys, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to be with us and share your knowledge today. I'd like to add 1 C to David and Mr. Keska's 7 C's. The last one is courage. Was it there? Well, then I'd like to emphasize it then. Because, you know, we see far too often that we have leaders that are in critical positions that do not have the courage to voice their opinions. The courage to make sure that we do look after staff. The courage to make sure that they do get involved in initiatives that affect the ground roots, that affect youth. So I'm going to hold all my panel guys accountable for joining us on this LSMA journey, and many of you guys as well. So we thank you very much for your time, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
My name is Wesley Grobler, CEO of the Houghton Hotel. Welcome to your urban resort, your oasis in Johannesburg. Being members of leading hotels of the world and having operated just over a year, we're still finding our feet through this COVID pandemic. However, we are welcoming you as our esteemed guests, our friends and family with open arms and white smiles. Welcome back. It's post-COVID, we are ready for business. Whether you choose to join us in one of our 60 bedrooms, 4 presidential suites, 2 junior suites, or one of our prestigious penthouses, this being the Rockstar, comprising 4 bedrooms, its own treatment room, steam shower, gymnasium, entertainment space, bar, jacuzzi, swimming pool, walk-in wine cellar and full kitchen. Everyone's a VIP. Or you choose to join us on a daily visit, whether you come to our spa, comprising of 9 treatment rooms, hair, nail salon, own Razul, you need not go anywhere else for some pampering. Or if you're a wellness fanatic and enjoy the finer things in life, being healthy, join us in our Fit Bar. We've got a full equipment section which looks after your regime, your diet through our personal trainers, whether it be cardiovascular systems or normal weight sections. You can lounge around one of our 4 pools. We've got a family pool, an indoor pool which is linked to our spa and our gymnasium, or our adult pool, which just means no kids allowed, none of the other stuff. Welcome either way. From a restaurant point of view, we've got Nova Deli, which is your al fresco bistro style cuisine, or our mainstream restaurant, which in a few weeks' time we'll unveil some details. Very exciting things happening. We're also doing very exciting things in our bar and lounge, which will welcome you from a nice jazz time and relaxing time every evening. Or if you're a corporate delegate, we've got a business lounge comprising of 4 boardrooms. Come and join us, work on our work desks. Or our venue, where we can seat up to 450 delegates. We welcome anyone. We're here for business. We're here to be a part of the family. We're your friends. And again, we would welcome you with open arms. You can join us by quoting a code ICAN001 for special benefits. Thank you, David. Welcome.
Well, as you can see live and also online, you can have a special prize. Just call ICAN001. Thank you so much to Houghton Hotel. Let's give again Zunaid a wonderful round of applause in your panel. Very informative, practical. We still have a long way to go, and thank you so much for that insight. But please let me encourage you, all of us, I include myself, I'm a leader under construction. We always need coaching, we need mentoring, so please visit that site, lsmiinstitute.com. Scroll down, you will see what is available. We're there to help from youth all the way to leadership or boards. Later on, Zune is going to be talking about boards. So please, 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 all of us, we need to grow. Remember, I wrote a book a couple of years ago, Cindy. The title of the book was, If You Are Not Growing, You Are Dying. And one person who will motivate us now, all the way from Nigeria, he's got offices in Nigeria, he's got offices in the UK, and offices in the United States. We have Dr. Olomide Emmanuel, the president and the CEO of the Common Sense Group. Unfortunately, due to time, he'll just motivate us for about 15 to 18 minutes on the 360-degree leader. There is no way during this time where you can be a linear leader. You must be a 360-degree leader. Hey, Doc, how you doing, my brother?
Hey, I'm good. It's been an amazing time listening to the panel.
Wonderful, man. Zunaid is saying he wants you to be one of the mentors. So I told him you'll deliver the goods. So I've already sold you, man.
No problem.
Which part of Nigeria are you speaking us to from?
I'm speaking from Lagos, Nigeria.
And how is the situation there now, bro?
Yeah, we're beginning to ease into things, and we're looking forward to things getting better. The airport should be open this weekend for international flight, and that will ease up things better.
And how's business? Are people doing business already? Because with us, we're already on level number 2. Which level are you in there?
We are still at level 1. We are preparing for level 2 because a lot of things in Nigeria requires the international borders to be open to move into the second level.
You see, in South Africa, we do things around. Nigerians do things around. We are proud of you, man. But again, I want to say thank you so much for our friendship of many years. I'm going to give you the time. Yeah. You are live in South Africa and in 67 countries. Please encourage us. Share with us your thoughts on the 360-degree leader. Go for it, my brother.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Molapo and the ICANN team for having me. And I want to especially welcome everyone to the few minutes that I have. Within the brevity of time that I have, I want to start by letting you know I've got some stuff that I've made available because when I realized I don't have too much time, I felt, well, let me make as many stuff available to you so that you can just get that to help you beyond the time that we're going to be sharing together. So if you go to my website, olumideemmanuel.org, olumideemmanuel.org, I've got 2 books and 2 CDs, 2 audio programs that I'm giving out free to everyone that goes there. So the first book will be 50 Common Money Mistakes to Avoid. We've all experienced the global pandemic, but you need to make sure that you are prepared to ensure that you don't experience a personal financial pandemic in your life, in your family, and in your organization. So 50 Common Money Mistakes to Avoid is absolutely free, and it's available for free download on my website. The second book I'm offering you free is 50 Things You Should Never Take for Granted. There are a lot of things we've taken for granted in our lives, in our homes, in our businesses, on the continent, and COVID-19 have come to be a wake-up call for many of us. So what are the 50 things you should never take for granted? Go to the website, olumideemmanuel.org, and then you'll be able to get that. The 2 audio programs I'm making available to you, the first one is called Bridging the Gap. When we look at the continents today, we have over 1 billion people on the continent, but over 70% of the people on the continent are poor because they are living below $1 a day. We have the rich getting richer, the poor getting poorer. So how do we bridge the gap between the rich and the poor? I have identified 7 gaps between the rich and the poor that needs to be bridged, and that audio program is also available absolutely free if you go to my website, olumideemmanuel.org. And then we have how to create your success story. One of the challenges we have in our world today is that a lot of people seem to have stumbled into success, and they have not been able to come up with the principles and the seed that will help the next generation to be able to replicate the kind of success that they have had. So many times we are given the fruits, but nobody gives us the seed to be able to produce our own fruits. So how to create your success story is an audio program I've also made available to you to be able to help you create your success story regardless of where you are. And finally, I've just released a new book. It's called How to Increase Your Value in the Marketplace, The Leadership Edge. And I'm going to be sharing from that book right now so that I can talk to you as a 360-degree leader in times of crisis. The COVID-19 pandemic all over the world has come to become a wake-up call for us, and we need to learn how to lead in crisis times. We all know that everything rises and falls on leadership, but a lot of people seem to know how to lead when everything is going on fine. But when things don't go the way they want it to go, they don't know how to lead. So this new book is called How to Increase Your Value in the Marketplace, The Leadership Edge. So the book is available, and there's also an audio program, masterclass on the same topic, how to increase your value in the marketplace. Those ones are not for free, but they are available on the website, olumideemmanuel.org. You go there and you get it. So I want you all to listen to me all over the world. If you are connected to me right now, listen. You need to realize that being a 360-degree leader is all about giving leadership regardless of where you are in your life. Whether you are at the top, you are the middle, or you are the bottom, you need to understand that you need to have personal leadership. And when you have personal leadership, whatever position you find yourself, you need to do everything you can to influence everyone in every dimension. However, how do you lead in crisis times? I want to share with you briefly just 7 things that I would like you to note. When you find yourself as a 360-degree leader in crisis times, what are the things you need to look out for? Number 1, when you find yourself in the time of crisis, leading in crisis times requires that you go back to basics. You need to go back to basics and answer the question, why do we exist? As an organization, why do we exist? Why are we in business? Why do we have this product? Why do we have this service? Why? Because if you don't answer the question why, you will not be able to answer the question when, where, and what. So you've got to go back to basics. You've got to strip all the excesses, because over a period of time, we'll find out that individuals and organizations take on a lot of non-essentials that begin to cloud and weigh down the essentials. So in crisis time, the first thing you need to do is go back to basics. What are the essentials? What are the things that are non-negotiables? Those are the things you go back to, because that's what you started with and that's what made you who you are. Number 2, in order for you to excel in leading in crisis times, you need emotional intelligence. We have emphasized for decades the place of intelligent quotient. It's time to begin to look into emotional quotient. You know why? Because when you are in crisis times, you need emotional intelligence, because you are going to be balancing between lives and livelihood. And that balance between life and livelihood requires you to have a very strong emotional intelligence to be able to manage things. Number 3, because of the brevity of my time, when you're leading in crisis time, you need to be proactive. You need to be proactive. Every leader needs to be proactive. You need to go into scenario planning and be able to plan in advance. If this happens, what do we do? If things go this way, what do we do? Once you are proactive, that proactivity will help you to be able to go into what I call the re. It's either you begin to think into how to rebrand, re-engineer, reposition, renew, revive, restructure. So all the re's can be brought on board when you are proactive. So when you find yourself in crisis time, we heard during the panel, a lot of organizations are already having Minister of AI, Minister of Artificial Intelligence. Why? Because we have come into the 4th Industrial Revolution. And in the time of blockchain technology, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, 3D prints and other stuff, we cannot continue to run an analog business and an analog organization in a digital age. You can't remain analog in a digital age. Number 4, you need to have what I call big picture thinking. Big picture thinking. Once you find yourself in crisis as a leader and you're supposed to lead in crisis time, it's time to have big picture thinking. Because, like I said, the title of the book is How to Increase Your Value in the Marketplace. You cannot increase your value if you don't have values. Your values determine your value. So you've got to have that big picture thinking. What does it mean to be valuable? What does it mean to offer value? It's all about the tripartite dimension. You are answering questions, you are meeting needs, and you are solving problems. That's what value is all about. So the question, when you look into it from the big picture dimension, are we still answering questions? Are we still meeting needs? Are we still solving problems? As long as we are meeting needs, solving problems, and answering questions, we are valuable. So you need to have that big picture thinking. Number 5, you need to make the tough decisions. When you find yourself in crisis times, whether as an individual, as a family, as an organization, as in corporate or in governance, you've got to make the tough decisions. If you find yourself in a financial crisis, that means you are either going to have to increase your income or reduce your expenditure. Most of the time, when people have financial crisis in their individual, family, organizational life, they are thinking of how do we get more income? No. sometimes you need to make the tough decision of reducing your expenditure. And that's a tough decision because you may have to cut some things and make some tough decisions that will not be comfortable for everyone involved. But that's what leadership is all about. Because once your expenditure is greater than your income, your upkeep will become your downfall. You need to make the tough decisions. Sometimes in crisis time, you need to let some people go. In crisis time, you need to make adjustments in your budget. In crisis time, you need to make adjustments in your goals and your target. These are tough decisions to make. But you've got to make it because the buck stops with you. You are a 360-degree leader, and you've got to be able to ensure that things continue to move regardless of what's happening all around you. Number 6, you need to be tender and tough. Tender and tough. You know, I said earlier on that it's all about the balancing of lives and livelihood. So in the midst of tough times, you need to be tough, but at the same time, you need to be tender, because you've got to understand that the reason why you exist is to make a difference. The reason why you exist is to make impact. As an organization, it's all about ensuring that you offer quality products and services to your customer. If you are a leader, you are in government, it's all about ensuring that the people that you have the privilege to be able to serve in leadership have the best life. So you make sure that their livelihood, their security, and you create an enabling environment for them to be able to thrive. So you've got to be tender yet tough. Tender because you are dealing with people, because it's all about people. Being in business is about people. Being in government is about people. It's about ensuring that you help people to have their best life and to be able to maximize their potentials and their possibilities. So you cannot be so tough that you stifle the people you are supposed to be ministering to, or you're supposed to be helping. You cannot be so tough that you end up ruining the lives of people. So we have to have that balance of socialism with capitalism. And that's why no matter who you are, no matter how consistent you are in the pursuit of capitalism, there must be a spice and a dose and ingredients and spices of socialism. That's why we talk about corporate social responsibility. That's why we talk about giving back. Why? Because it's all about people. And then finally, as a 360-degree leader, if you are going to excel in crisis time, you've got to be resilient. Tough times never last, but tough people do. You have to be able to stand strong regardless of the storms that come, regardless of the challenges that come. You've got to make sure that, like that flight in the midst of the turbulence, you stay focused, you stay consistent, you stay consistent on your pursuit, on your goal, and you continue to offer value. And over a period of time, you find yourself coming out of that cloud, coming out of that turbulence, and you find yourself stabilizing again. Because no matter what, as long as you are resilient, you're going to come out on the other side victorious. If you cannot fly, run. If you cannot run, walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. No matter what you do, just make sure that you are making progress. That's all I can share within the brevity of time that I have. But don't forget, go to my website, olumideemmanuel.org, to get the 2 free books, the 2 free audio programs. And then I want everyone to go get my new book, where you can get all this information and more, how to increase your value in the marketplace, the leadership edge. Because in the world that we live in today, every one of us must remain valuable in order to be valued in today's marketplace. Thank you very much for having me.
Doc, the people are clapping for you. Thank you so much, man.
Remember, thank you.
Remember, what I like about you is you keep your speeches like a mini skirt, long enough to cover the essentials, but short enough to be interesting. You know, so you've done it again, my brother. Thank you so much again. Thanks for your time, and we are praying for you guys there. We are looking forward to be back in Abuja, Lagos, with you, and we're also waiting for you to be with us. ICANN LSMI Institute back in South Africa in a couple of months. Again, we salute you. Thank you so much for empowering us and equipping us with those 7 steps. And again, a lot of people will go to your website. Thank you also for that seed that you have sown for your books and also for your audio stuff. Okay. Thank you so much, and we love and appreciate you, sir.
Thank you for having me. So I look forward to having everyone connect with me on my social media so that we can continue to mentor people and help people on the continent.
Thank you so much. That was Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, all the way from Nigeria. Now back to South Africa, we've got our President and CEO of Digital Transformation Africa. Brother Daniel Naidu is here. Please stand up, Daniel. And you brought your son with you, is that right? Yeah, please stand up. Let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Zunaid, the boy, was supposed to be in Silicon Valley, but because of COVID and Trump, that's another story. He is here, you know. But don't worry, maybe God wants you to be here. Okay. Without a waste of time, we are going to call again Zunaid to come in and take us to the next phase. As Zunaid is getting the chairs ready, can we just play that short video as we get some things? Oh, no more. Okay, stop. Okay, my brother, let's get busy. Let's put our heads together for my brother, Zunaid.
You're making it a habit for me to correct you now. Yeah?
I like because I want to be sure that you are checking the program.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so the next panel, an amazing panel, by the way, esteemed guests. I mean, these are top executives that are really role models in the industry. The next panel really deals with the role of the board. As you know, it's critical. It's one of my passions. So Sadar Group will be heading up this panel. Okay, and I'd like to welcome Beverly and the rest of the team on board. But I did a course last year called ADP with them, and they took the training of board members to a very different level. Every month you ran a simulated board, okay? And really it's there to make sure that we teach leaders that want to get to that level and be courageous in their board, and that's what they do. So with helping them in terms of who is going to be on that panel. So firstly, we have Beverly Hancock. Is she on?
Hi, hello everyone.
Hi, Beverly. Okay. The next person we have is Carl Bates, who is the CEO of Sadar Group. Welcome, Carl.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
Great. The third person is Stuart van Graan. Stuart is on multiple boards. He's an industry leader. He's developed thousands of leaders in the ICT space. He's well-renowned. He sits on a few boards. Welcome, Stuart.
You're too kind, but thanks for having me.
We have Stafford Massey. I don't have to explain. Stafford Massey brought Google, Novell, etc. Stafford is also an international speaker, sits on many boards. He's an entrepreneur and innovator. So welcome, Stafford.
Thanks for having me, Zunaid.
Great stuff. The last guest that we have is Kuben Ryan. Kuben is a CEO of Rentworks. He's just recently purchased Rentworks. Also sits on some boards. Highly experienced executive. So this panel is certainly an esteemed panel. They say you measure a man with the company you keep. And if you're measuring me by the company that's in that panel, then I'll be extremely privileged. So Beverly, let me hand over to you. So Beverly will be the moderator of this session.
Thank you very much, Zunaid. Thank you very much for the kind words. And lovely to have everyone joining us today. It's a real pleasure to be with you. Lockdown or no lockdown, load shedding or no load shedding. It's great that it's all happening. What we'd like to do today is I'm just going to actually pop up my screen just for an introduction and take you how we're going to go through the process. It's not necessarily to do that actually because we've started. And so I think today is about the role of the board in the digital era. And whether you are an entrepreneur who is wondering and questioning, is a board really going to make a difference for me? Or if you are sitting in a large organization where you're asking yourself, well, it's great, I'm on a board, but is this board effective? And what should it be doing? And where should we be in terms of space? What are the new directions we should be moving into? This session is hopefully going to answer those questions for you. So we really want to be here for you. And in terms of questions that we're going to have and you have, please do not hesitate. We are going to have a Q&A at the end of this discussion. So we ask, feel free, as Zunaid has expressed already, we have an exceptional group of, an exceptional panel today for you. And in a moment, I'm going to ask them just to expand a little bit on who they are and what they've done, their business experience. And then we're going to really crack into the questions. So please do not hesitate to add those questions as they come up, as you add your comments as they come up, and we'll address them at the end. So, as Sinead has said, we've got Carl Bates, Stuart van Graan, Stafford Massey, and Cobain Rayan. Lovely to have everyone here. Thank you for joining us. If I can ask there, just for some context, if you can tell us a little bit about yourself, and I'm going to start at the top of my screen. So, Carl, if you can give us a little bit of an introduction of you.
Thanks, Beverly, and thank you for hosting this panel today. Thank you for the team for hosting the summit. It's a real pleasure to be here. So I'm the Chief Executive of the Sadar Group. We're Africa's leading boardroom performance experts, working across the continent with boards of privately held, family business, listed, public entities, in order to ensure that they're truly high performance ones, in order to ensure that they're boards that deliver value to shareholders and other stakeholders through everything from effective education, as Zune just so graciously commented on some of the stuff that we've worked with him and his people with before, through to appointment of directors and guiding great boards.
Thank you very much, Carl. Stuart.
Thanks, Beverly. I'm now in the second phase of my life. The first part was corporate life, and that spanned more than 35 years. I worked for two multinationals in the tech industry. I started my career as a systems engineer. I progressed through the ranks to general management in both a local and a global setting. I'm responsible for businesses in South Africa, in all of Africa, Central Eastern Europe, Russia. And in this phase, I gained experience in global business, underpinned really by a passion for technology and leadership. At that time, I also served on two educational boards. One was Crystal House, it's a school that serves vulnerable children in Cape Town. And I also served on the advisory board of a business school at one of the Cape Town universities. Now, the second phase of my life is builds on my passion to give back. And I think that's really a critical one for me. I serve on, as Zunaid said, on the board of two listed organizations in South Africa. One is a large financial services company, and the other one is a technology systems integrator. So I'm still in the next technology game. I also serve on the board of a unlisted Keypoint financial services organization that's involved in the payment systems in South Africa. I believe that my appointments to these boards leverage my business and technology experience. And in addition to these board commitments, I mentor individuals and small businesses. And underlying both phases of my life has been this life of serving others and of giving back to whoever I encounter. I live a purpose that is to connect and inspire people to be their significant best. And I feel blessed. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, Stuart. Love the passion, and I think that the energy in this space and with everyone here is about making that difference and creating a difference. And by creating a difference in the boardroom, we create a difference in business, and we create a difference in the economy. Stafford, if you would like to take away.
Yeah, sure. I think my career you could sum up as the Google guy. I've never been able to remove myself from the shadow of establishing Google's sub-Saharan presence. Wherever I go, they always refer to me as the guy that, Zune did it too. It's an incredible company. When I established it in South Africa, we did all the technological bits when we did it. We launched Google Maps. We did the Street View. All the technologies that people use today on a day-to-day basis. I was privileged to work with a team and establish a team to deliver a lot of that technology from an Africa strategy perspective. I've got a similar background to Stuart. We've worked for multinational technology companies, establishing or running their operations in our geography, and articulating a sub-Saharan or an African strategy within that context upwards into those organizations. So they understood who we were, understood how to personalize, how to customize the entire ecosystem relative to our demands and our needs here in the continent. And through that experience, I've been invited to several boards. I get invited to boards often to join them. And I joined the board of Advotech about 7 years ago. Frank approached me, the CEO at the time, and he said, we want to do some digital skills. We need some digital skills on the board. We need some younger folks on there to take a look at how education was going to change and metamorphosize. And that led me to join in the board. And I was always passionate about education. My family has a deep, rich background, school principals, teachers, etc. And I thought it was a time for me to step in and do some things there. Very privileged to have been on that board. I served up until about a month ago on the Advertech board. I'm still on the board of the CSIR. The minister contacted me about a year and a half ago and said, please join. And the CSIR is a bunch of scientists, and what we're trying to do there is commercialize those inventions and engage with the private sector. And again, there, digital is so important as a focal point. You know, today I still invest in several technology startup companies as an angel investor. I serve on these boards. I'm an international, keynote speaker on this topic about digitization, digital transformation. And it seems like everyone's looking at this at the moment. And there seems to be a lot of noise from a board perspective and demand around having people with our skill set. I'm specifically referring to Stuart and myself on boards. So we bring the technological, digital background and experience into the room. And I think that's critical today. And I guess we'll unpack that a little bit later. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you so much. Ben, hi.
Hi everyone. Pleasure to be on the panel today. I hope, and I think just some of the content has been great. So well done to Zaid and the team. I think from my side, obviously, I look young, but I've got a career spanning about 3 decades in financial services. So I'm the finance guy in this panel. However, what I've done is actually a significant percentage of that time has been in financial services, sort of assisting tech companies with financing. And specifically, I was part of the team that started a financing division in South Africa, one of the multinationals, from scratch, and it was to assist their customers as corporates procured IT to assist them with a funding option. Subsequent to that, I spent some time actually with Stuart in one of the organizations, the other multinational, where I head up the financial services company within that multinational. And then currently, obviously, now with Rentworks, we're in a space where we assist corporates fund, and I like to say we help our customers grow, because what we do is we fund assets that they utilize in the production of their income, and so that's what we like to do, and hopefully add value. From a board leadership perspective, been in a board leadership perspective for over a decade, and senior leadership roles in corporates for 15 years. I think passionate about the team, and I think to the speaker earlier, echo some of the sentiment. Truly enjoy working with people, developing them as well, and also I've spent a fair bit of time with people like Stuart as well, learning from them. So always eager to learn. And I think I've mentioned to you guys, recommended by Zaid and part of my personal development. You're never too old to learn. So last year I put myself, Carl, you'll be happy to know, I'm one of your recent graduates. just the world of development and learning. And so I quite enjoyed what you guys did, and I think from a Sadar perspective, just great work in terms of content and
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you so much, Ben. Well, thank you. And just a quick intro on myself. My name is Bev Hancock. I head up a point for Sadar Group. We work throughout Africa and the Middle East. I'm a business strategist. And like these gentlemen here, I am passionate about creating that difference and making the difference in the boardroom. So I think I'm going to kick off today with looking at the role of a board. And let's define the role of a board first. And Carl, I'm going to ask you to start this off. You will be an expert in terms of the education, the appointment, the guidance of high performance boards. So I want us to define the role of a board, and then let's expand, gentlemen, please, on what makes an effective board, what is an effective board today, and what is missing from boards today. Because we are aware that we sit in an era where your industry is impacted from organizations and companies, competitors outside your industry. So let's sort of channel this and have a little conversation. Carl, if I can ask you then to define the role of a board first, please.
Absolutely, and funnily enough, I was presenting this morning to a group, and I'm just going to pull up the slide onto the screen, because I think it's a great definition of what we would call a high-performance board. A high-performance board is one that, through its rhythm and decision-making, holds the company accountable to a performance standard higher than it has ever been held before, resulting in increased value and improved performance and return for shareholders and other stakeholders, and a key phrase there, on a sustainable basis. And I think so often what we do when we talk about the role of the board is we get complicated and convoluted through codes and context and the law in trying to define the role of the board. But at the end of the day, the core role of a board is to ensure there's accountability, that performance is increased, that there's a rhythm and a decision-making process that ensures the right decisions are made at the right time for the company. And that ultimately there is improved outcome, increased return. And I think here it's really key for shareholders and for other stakeholders. And I think when we talk, as has just been the conversation around leadership development and people development, that it's important that boards recognize and people recognize that the role of a board, whether you're a listed company or you're a privately held enterprise, is both to ensure that increased value for shareholders, but also for your other stakeholders. And they include your employees, they include your supply chain, they include your community in a South African and an African context, but even if you're working around the world, in those countries as well.
Thank you very much for that. Taking this into account as to what the role of a board is, if I can ask, and I think we were having a conversation the other day, I think it was Stafford, in fact, was what is missing nowadays in a board? What should we be doing? What we should be looking at?
I think what a lot of boards are searching for right now is competent, mature digital skills. I think what we do find missing on boards are folks that have the necessary experience, background, acumen to navigate this new dispensation. I mean, innovation is top of mind right now. You know, reimagining businesses is top of mind. And I think technology is such a transversal challenge that everyone's having. And I think what I think is absolutely essential is the relationship that the board has to the executive. You know, that relationship right now is pivotal. You know, you can have this incredible board, an incredible diverse board, and you can have all the acumen on there. But I think if it doesn't translate into effective, you know, inputs from a business that gets executed effectively, which sustainably derives that change, I think then it's a figurehead entity. And we've seen things that are movements and steps to make boards better. I just tweeted today Harvard Business Review article that unpacks 3 examples of shadow boards, you know, where you're bringing in young millennial folks. They're not necessarily non-exec folks that sit on your board. They don't want to be sitting in the risk committee. They don't want to be sitting through the audit committee. They don't want to be doing all that boring stuff and reading, you know, the 700-page board pack. But, you know, they understand where the world is today. They are the new workforce out there. And for us to understand how the business needs to metamorphosize, how the business needs to change, how the business needs to adapt, I think we need those human beings in the room. And it doesn't necessarily mean they join the board, but there's this notion of a shadow board, quote unquote. And in there, you've got your millennials. And the shadow board is looking at various elements, key strategic objectives. They're taking a look at what the subcommittees are resulting in, and they're taking a lot of those things and with key executive sponsorship going ahead and executing, providing input. And we've seen some amazing examples in that tweet that I just sent out in that Harvard Business Review article, how, you know, companies like Gucci and some of those folks, how they undergo incredible change in the fashion industry or the food industry or the manufacturing industry. You know, these people do have insight. Now the question is, how do we enable that? And I think the greatest challenge that boards have today, and it does show in the capacity that they have and the competency, that we need a younger voice. We need a more digitally nuanced voice, more native voice in the room to truly articulate strategy that makes sense on the outside. I think that to me is a glaring hole at the moment. And I think that a shadow board is an example of how we can bridge that. It's not the only example. And the 2 boards that I've served on, these are things that are deep in consideration and very close to being executed, where we do have the shadow entity, and it gives us more agility, and it gives us more ears to the ground relative to what's happening outside the organization. I think that's so critical. So as diverse as your board may be, 2 things for me: it's critical that there's that clear interlock with the executive, and the executive has a great relationship with the board. You know, the times I've seen difficulties is where you have that gap. And then the second thing is increasing the diversity, not just in the board organically, but also in this inorganic fashion by supplementing or augmenting it with a notion of a shadow board. I think that takes you a very far away from kind of where you are today.
Absolutely. Stuart, would you like to comment on anything there and add to that in terms of the diversity of a board? You know, how do we establish that effective board, bringing in additional skills, additional experience, and it's not always easy. You know, we all know we know what boards are like. It's creating that change.
Right. I'll come back to that in a second, but I think Carl is a critical reason why boards exist. You know, what is the role of the board? And I think the way I've always looked at it is, you know, a company's got no life. It just sits there as, we call it incorporeal, right? But it's got no material existence. And what the board essentially does is it gives life to it. And so it becomes, if you will, the heart and the soul of that company. The important thing that he said is, you don't have any agency, if you will, to the shareholder. In fact, if anything, you have to look at the needs of all the stakeholders that you know, it's not just the shareholder, but it includes the customers, the environment, the planet, the communities we call home. So that becomes the first important thing to understand. And it is that board then, as I said, that lends life to this. Now, when you understand, you know, that position, you take on quite a significant role in ensuring that you operate with due diligence and care, and decisions are made for what I think our previous speaker used the word resilience. The resilience of that organization is actually in your hands. And in that context, management then executes the strategies, or they act as an agent, if you will, of the board, but the board in itself is the one that gives life to companies. So that's an important one. In terms of the effectiveness of the board, I think there are a couple of critical things. I've always believed that boards have three main functions. One is get the strategy right. So make sure that you can account for the resilience. Make sure you've got the right people to execute that strategy, and make sure you've got the governance around that. And of course, you know, Stafford said risk, you know, is one of the key ones. But the effectiveness of that board really is, how do you get a diverse set of skills together that can act independently and with courage? To me, that's the critical one. And of course, what is coming to the surface now is that boards need to be populated with skills that are, you know, with people that are digitally fit. And my experience of an effective board are ones that, you know, they've got three competencies. They have critical thinkers around the table. They've got people that can do systems thinking. And of course, they have people that have independent thinking, the courage to stand up and be independent. And to me, that's critical. I think the bottom line for me, when I look at board members, is how, you know, do they have that underlying experience and gravitas that is essential for good judgment? And when you look at the CEO and this gap that Stafford spoke about, you know, a CEO is it's quite a lonely place, as many of them will tell you. But to have that link to the board, a trusting link, if you will, that can help them, you know, through the hiring and firing of executives, or the M&A opportunities that might come up, or strategic options, that actually becomes quite a critical thing. And so the reliance on good judgment for, you know, from board members, I think, is one of the best value adds they can have in guiding the ship through management. I don't know if that helps a little bit with the question that you asked, Emily.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, the relationship between the CEO and the board has been tested during this time, and it continues to be stress tested. You know, the COVID-19 crisis has really shown us and shown business, you know, how you sit in the digital space. So if I can ask you, Ben, how do you see the relationship between the CEO and the board? How can that be developed?
Well, I think I echo Stuart's sentiments in that, you know, being a CEO sometimes can be, in most cases, very lonely, because you're part of the executive team. You're clear around the vision and strategy, and you're sort of trying to spur on the troops to get with the execution. But where do you, as a CEO, sort of get your guidance, get some fresh ideas, be able to just sometimes have the shoulders to cry on, because some of the challenge you go through as a CEO, many of the people below you don't sort of understand and can identify, because you're making some difficult decisions, and you generally have to have almost an ability to see what's coming around the corner. And you think about currently what most of us are facing is with this digital area and the disruptions that are facing most of us. You think about the typical board of yesteryear compared to now. You back in the day, just a simple thing of having to go to a board meeting. Possibly, if I was a board member in a company in Cape Town, I got on a flight and got there. Now we can do what we're doing right now. So that's changing. Secondly, your decision making and the role of the board in terms of just the dissemination of information. Before you could again get to a big board, get that 700-page pack and get through it, and if there's a crisis, you deal with it. Or as a CEO, you got something, but you could have right now, I could have my board being informed of something that's gone wrong with my company on social media, as opposed to me informing my panel. So it becomes very lonely. I think the board's role then is to, as opposed to, you're not a board member 4 times a quarter. From a CEO perspective, it's an ongoing process, right? So the CEO needs to have this constant connection into the board members, this constant dialogue and constant transparent feed of information, so that people are on his page or her page and they're having this dialogue. So he has some comrades or some counsel, because often just as you utilize your resources to drive the organization forward, you need some guidance and you need some counsel. And I think in some instances, especially in smaller businesses, you need to have a board because you need to hold yourself accountable to someone. And that also helps sort of navigate some of the challenges that some organizations find themselves in, because there's been no wise counsel, there's been no sort of balanced view of what, in terms of guidance as a CEO and just the rest of the execs.
Absolutely. No one tells you how to be a CEO, what's right and what's wrong. And there's a real challenge. Did anyone want to add to that and to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to say that, one of the things that I've noticed, and it's not just the companies that I'm on the board of, but also companies that I speak to the CEOs. I have the privilege of being called into rooms many times just to be asked, like, what the hell's going on? And what's your view on what's going on, especially in this day and age? And what I've seen over the last 3 to 4 months because of COVID and the whole pandemic is that the CEO, is almost not the focal point right now. I almost find that the human resource department right now seems to be the nucleus of the storm in all businesses. They are dealing with employee wellness right now. They are dealing with, how do we deal with communication? How do we enable the CEO to communicate effectively when someone gets infected, lands up in the ICU, goes into critical care, dies? And what happens thereafter? That entire life cycle of dealing with that as a business. I've seen businesses in this last 3-4 months devastatingly do that incorrectly. Really highlighting a dysfunction, not just between the board and the CEO, but actually there's this union that needs to happen, almost like a tripartite, very close relationship between the HR function of the business, the CEO that needs to drive the business, and then the board giving that oversight. HR right now feels to me to be the focal point. And, I've done a couple of podcasts with some leading HR folks out there, and they're dealing with everything. The CEO is turning to that office today more so than probably in the history of their tenure within that business. And I think the board really needs to be aware of that. So when we talk about what's missing in a board and a board's role, it's not just that engagement between CEO and board. I think what's critical right now is that third leg, or that second relationship that brings together that union, and that is the HR office. That right now is definitely got a lot of weight on it. That's got a lot of expectations, and HR folks really need to be imaginative and creative right now. When you're building a strategy, you've got to think about the humanity aspects of a business right now. The HR person is in the room. And that's not just for your stakeholders inside your business. That's for your customers. That's, for people on the outside trying to make your business better. The overall humanity of a business right now sits at the doorstep of the HR office. And I think that we should not lose sight of. particularly in this day and age.
Absolutely.
I just want to make one comment there, if I can, Bev, regarding the role of the board and around this idea of a board's responsibility when it comes to organizational culture. I think we've seen through this period that COVID-19 has brought on the world an opportunity for boards to demonstrate that they either truly live the values of the organization, or that the values are something that are actually on the wall and not being referenced. And I think we've seen through our privileged position of being guests in the boardrooms of many businesses across the continent, some chief executives respond really well to what is going on in the world in 2020 and demonstrating living their values through responding to the sort of things that Stafford's referring to by using and referencing their values. And we've seen other chief executives who have blatantly and sometimes absolutely outright stated that they're throwing the values out of the window because right now the only thing that they're worried about is the bottom line of the business. And I think that it's businesses that demonstrate and live their values through this. And I don't mean that fatally, like obviously at some point you have to do things like retrench staff or reduce. And so I'm not trying to be a martyr in the process, but as chief executives who are demonstrating that they're living their values through this journey, I think are going to build sustainability and a connection with their people that is going to last well beyond this crisis coming to a close or coming to a sort of a new sort of landscape that we are all operating from.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that I want to touch on as we go along, and I want just to address the entrepreneur as well, and to answer why a board is important. And I think, Kuben, you had actually mentioned, you had touched on this earlier. But before we do that, there's often this transition phase. And one of those concerns is, why non-executive directors? What is the importance of non-executive directors? What is the value that a non-executive director can bring to my business? And I just want to read through, because in the 2019 SEDAR survey report, which is Africa's non-executive and independent director fees, performance and diversity survey for privately held and family-owned organizations, it was very clear from the results that independent directors add value to boards. Now, I know all of you are going to be nodding, but I want to confirm what came out of that report. And that was that boards with independent non-executive directors outperform those which do not. 82% of respondents who have independent directors reported that they would not remove any of this type of director from the board. And boards without independent directors evaluated themselves poorly compared to boards with at least one independent director. So why do you think, and I'm opening this up, why do you feel there is still hesitation when it comes to opening up to have independent directors on a board? Gentlemen, Carl.
Look, I think it's letting people into your home. I think often the theory and the thinking is absolute. The research globally demonstrates the value of boards to private companies, to family businesses, to listed, to public entities. The value of independent directors in public entities and governments is demonstrated around the world. You know, we can have the academic debate, but the academic debate is absolute. It's clear. What we can't deal with, and what comes up in each of the conversations that you and I have the opportunity to have with entrepreneurs, family businesses, even listed CEOs around the continent, is an emotional one. It's, yes, but, you know, we're going to be showing them our information. Is it confidential? Is there a contract? What if they steal our ideas? As though none of their employees or none of their service providers have the same access to information or would never do the same thing. It's as though this idea of putting yourself under the authority of a board, and that's fundamentally what it's all about, is different and unique. The irony is that every one of those people has investments, whether directly in other companies or via the stock exchange, in businesses that have a board of directors. And if you ask anyone if they ever heard of the concept of a board of director, singular, they would laugh at you. So there's a sort of irony that I find in having these conversations. But I think the short answer to your question is, I think it ultimately is an emotionally driven one.
Yeah, I wonder if I can't link into that, because as I said, I speak to a lot of I call them small businesses. A lot of them are lifestyle family businesses, so they haven't really gone into that big effort of, hey, do I need an independent? And by the way, in some cases, advisory groups are equally good in that setting. But when you start to employ other people's funds into your company, you have some responsibility around ensuring that that return is there for them. So that's the first premise. And one of the things that has happened since COVID is that a lot of people have come out and they've sort of been dealing with things that are directly in front of them. You know, I've got people working from home. I have customers that aren't buying from me. I've got cash flow issues. All of these things occupies their mind. And quite frankly, it's at this time that you need that outside-in view to help you see through some of that. And that to me is a critical thing. But when you talk about emotion, Carl, you remind me of what I come across often, and I need to be careful here, but there's a competency that I've experienced in some entrepreneurs that are sort of a gating factor, if you will, to asking for help. Let's just use that term for the moment. And that's humility, or lack of it. And part of it has really got to do with, if you really dig into humility, kindly put, it's the opposite of knowing everything. And a lot of these entrepreneurs come with the view that, hey, I know everything and therefore I don't need the help. And so it's the reverse of that. And how do you suppress the egos, if you will, to be able to ask for help? And I think we're in a time now where it's inconceivable to think that everybody's got the answers to how we're going to build a resilient business going forward. And so this whole idea of partnerships and co-creating what you really want to move forward with is quite essential. And that's where a board really helps for you to bounce things off. But of course, you've got to be open to taking advice. And I think that's the critical thing. And when you consider that people start businesses with a particular competency and mindset, to expand that means you have to let go of that ego. So that's really some of the things I've experienced. A bit harsh, but it's reality in my.
Understand it entirely.
Absolutely. Anyone else want to comment around that space?
From my side, I think when you work with, for us, we're in the financing sort of space. So often, customers are approaching us for facilities, and it's amazing. Just so you need a couple million rand because you're going to go and you want to invest in some type of technology, or you need to buy a sort of a articulated dump truck and whatever. And one of the things from a credit perspective is getting info. And it's amazing sometimes where you find businesses have been going for a while, and because the entrepreneur has been focusing on just, in his mind, making money, he hasn't sort of cared about the governance. And simple thing like getting financials. And those are things that a board sort of ensures, because you've got an annual event over and above the normal board meetings that where this has to sort of be tabled. And then you so the formality of it is because the guy has been focused, and in some instances doesn't even have a board. So don't see the reason for, let alone independent or non-execs or even exec. I don't have a board, I'm making money. And so but what they don't realize is the shortcoming of when they come into, either they're bankers or they're coming into crowds like us looking for funding, this is where some of the benefits of having a board comes to the fore, because they'll be guided to ensure some of the governance. And I think with some of the data, it also helps as you reflect on the data in the business to help understand where you've come from, so you can determine exactly where you're going. And that's an important aspect. And often you find we've come across instances where people are saying to us, well, I haven't produced a set of financials in the last 2 years. I'm saying, how have you dealt with your taxes? So there's other elements of it that people underestimate, and none of us ever want to be in trouble with SARS. So these are some of the aspects that people need to understand, in terms of why have a board. I'd encourage people who probably are listening to this to understand that's an important part of the lifeblood of a sustainable business. If you're sounding tongue-in-cheek and controversial, if you're a tenderpreneur and you're just out there to make your little comment go off, happy days, do what you need to. But if you're in for a long-term sustainable business, then that you want to build value, not only for your staff and your shareholders, yourself, if you're the family business owner, as well as the community, then these are some of the formalities you are required to consider to ensure success in a sustainable business. It's imperative.
I'll just add quickly onto what Kuben's saying there. I think as an entrepreneur, I mean, I've built quite a few large startups that went international, global. And it's absolutely what Stuart said there. It's that, when do you migrate from having a group of advisors through to having this formal board? Because as entrepreneurs, you are an alpha. You're in the room, you're making all the calls, you're making all the decisions. And now suddenly you've got these people that don't understand technology like you do, or they don't understand the machinations of what you've done. And they're constantly hanging over you, asking you what. And I think that there is a misconception generally amongst emerging entrepreneurs, etc., that boards weigh on your business. Boards provide requirements that are not only costly, but they create inertia on your business. So you're not as agile as you need to do to shift and move and change. And I think what we need to do is re-articulate that back out and show examples of boards that do truly add value, that the net result of having that capacity, that competency as an oversight entity on your business actually gives you a greater net asset value after the fact. If you can say, hey, Stuart's on my board, Kuben's on my board, Carl's on my board, Bev's on my board, that combination of faces for future business, when you're trying to expand internationally, people are going to look at you and say, hey, Stafford, it's good. You're this, this flashy tech guy. But what we know behind you sits responsible folks that create proper cadence in the business, proper governance and oversight, risk considerations. That gives a business a great opportunity to expand, grow, partner, and to attract investment. And that's not always out the gate what entrepreneurs and small business people truly understand. And I think what we need to do is do a better job of articulating, because what we have seen are bad derivatives of what a board can do. Right? We see examples of boards fighting with executives, big newspaper headlines. We see non-execs not really adding value. They're there for political purposes. And we do see the flip side of this coin playing itself out also. So I just think we need to do a better job, I guess, of articulating this clearer, more simpler, so the entrepreneurs out there can find. Look, Stuart does a lot of this. I do a lot of this just in our personal mentors. I get called a lot when people say, what's the advice, etc. And I'm obviously leaning in this direction, but the general stereotype of boards out there is a negative, not a positive.
Can I make a
just one thing?
Go, Stuart.
Sorry, no, Stafford just reminded me of an important thing. When the lights come on when you speak to an entrepreneur and you ask him, what do you think is going to happen when you're no longer there? And then, that drops the guard. They become more human. They go and they think about, gee, is my baby not going to live for a long time because of me? And so that's really a critical question that I encourage many entrepreneurs to think about. And what is going to happen if you are not in the business? So I just wanted to share that.
Look, I want to take a lead from both of those comments. Bev, and maybe for Zunaid, if we can give a gift to everyone of an ebook on this topic. But I actually think fundamentally the term entrepreneur is overused. And I think too many people call themselves entrepreneurs who aren't entrepreneurs, and people call themselves businesses that aren't businesses. And we create the distinction in a book called The Laws of Extreme Business Success. And I'm happy to share there's a short ebook version of it, complimentary for everyone who's attending the summit. And what that talks about is the idea of craftsmanship versus entrepreneurship. And I think people have to really decide what game is it they're playing. If you're playing the game of craftsmanship or craftswomanship, it's all about you, your skill, your ability. And ultimately, it's about banking enough money so that the day that you retire, you've got enough money to retire on. And you can be a craftsman or craftswoman working for someone, or you can be a craftsman or a craftswoman working for yourself. Shifting to the game of entrepreneurship is actually when you shift to creating this thing called a company. And a company, by definition, is governed by a board of directors. And a company, by definition, is separate and distinct from you. And I think many of us, just because of the proliferation of the use of company structures for tax management and all sorts of things, have built up this idea of entrepreneurship as being something that it's not. And so while time to go further down that line of thinking now, I just wanted to put it on the table because I really do believe too many people think that in business or are entrepreneurs are building something that is ultimately just a craft. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not saying you can't make money doing that, but I am saying it's a fundamentally different game.
Absolutely. And I think leading from this is to consider the fact that as a board, often we say, Doris, the specialist in that industry or such is sitting at the table already. So you're not necessarily looking for that. What you're looking for is all the other skills and expertise and such that's going to add value. So whether that's a strong financial aspect to bring, whether it's strategy, whether it's organizational culture, these are the aspects that you can't be a master in everything. And it's about bringing that to the table and bringing it effectively to the table, because you can surround yourself by yes people, and that's not going to take the business forward. It's about bringing the right natural energy and the right people into the room. Any comments and thoughts around that?
Yeah, I'll just add one. I mean, if you take a look at the evolution of a business, you started off as an entrepreneur, you build it up. And Stuart mentioned it too, and I'll just add on to that. What happens is you raise capital. And the entity that raised capital generally is that hockey stick. It's that pivotal point where you start maturing instantaneously as a business. Why? Because you've got someone else's money in your business. You're not bootstrapping, you're not the angel investor. And with that is sometimes where delinquency does occur at that very moment, because it depends on the venture capital firm coming in. It depends on the group of investors that you're bringing in and how because what usually happens is they will articulate what the board's going to look like. And I think what you're looking at the money, you're looking at the potential, what the money can do for your business. But what you don't realize is that this VC or this entity coming into your business, raising this capital, could start coagulating, disparate species of human beings that are not necessarily, in the best interest of your business. And that's the point right there where you really, when you're looking for capital, don't just look at the capital, look at the ecosystem that comes with the capital. Is this an investor that's going to bring his brother along and then his buddy from another place, and then he's going to throw them in the business, and he's going to tell you, no, they need to be in the business because they provide me with and that's not necessarily the type of personality that you need in your business. That's not the type of personality that will really gel well with what. So I think that's the pivotal point for a business maker, a business owner, an entrepreneur, whatever we want to call them. There's that moment in time where you realize, wait a minute, I've either have to bring in additional capital to scale, or I need to bed down now and do more for my business to hyperscale. And at both those pivotal points, you need to really be introspective around what type of human being you're bringing into the business versus what type of capital you're bringing into the business. I think that creates more sustainability than just the dollars that you're looking at. And I must be honest, I've made mistakes. I've made mistakes sitting with billionaires across the table, taking their money and never seeing them again. And suddenly I'm sitting with a finance guy from another country and some other guy that I don't really know, and they're the billionaire's buddies, and that's my board. And now I'm subject to that. And then suddenly this whole thing becomes very difficult, and then there's tension, etc. Whereas it could evolve into something that's very, very meaningful. And I think more entrepreneurs and business people that start businesses need to understand that's so important for your business at that very moment in time. And to be honest, if you take a look at business history, the greatest products don't win. It's the greatest teams that win. Always. It's never the greatest products. From a technological perspective, I've seen this over and over. Stuart knows this. I've worked for companies where we thought our technology was the best, but we always lost out to others that had the best, team on the field and an incredible bench. That always wins. And that's so pivotal.
Thank you for that. Absolutely. And I actually want to ask a question here. When we look at mature boards, those established boards, bigger companies, small, listed corporate, there's often a challenge within a mature board because it's not always a high-performing board. What would you say to this? What would be your hints, your tips, your drivers to change this?
Maybe I'll come in. I think, first of all, board needs to, the chairman needs to set the right tone, and there needs to be a proper board culture. Often what happens is, in this whole sort of lots of literature floating around this notion of collegiality, And it also sort of, by the way, in the family-run business with no board, because when you're seeking counsel from your reports, they're going to say, sure, whatever. They're never going to sort of have a different opinion. And then when your difference is then another word called professional skepticism. Because in a board, what needs to happen is we've seen many headlines where some of us have been looking at some of the headlines and saying, but I look at the makeup of the board, and there's a whole bunch of suitably qualified people that have been around forever. How could this have happened? And the billions of rands that have been lost as a result of this faux pas. The challenge is that we need to ensure as board and as leaders in the board that the culture allows us to be able to have a difference. And I think Stuart touched on earlier, independent thinking, not just going with the flow. You have to be able to sort of look at subject matter, understand the strategy and direction, and be able to often, I think also another big thing is the board, especially now in this digital era, allowing themselves a space to disrupt themselves or the company. You rather figure that out before one of your competitors figure it out, and you're either going to be Ubered out or Netflixed out of there and become irrelevant. So I think that's my sort of take on it.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Ben. On some of the boards that I'm on, I'm noticing an interesting gap. I started off by saying one of the critical roles of the board is really helping to ensure that the right strategy is in place. Well, how can you set the right strategy in place in this digital era when you don't have the skills that render you at least digitally fit? And so how do you start to insert that into strategy becomes an interesting dynamic. And, it motivates for having digitally fit or at least digital experts on the board in terms of making that happen. But when I look at large corporates, just to use that, for the moment, because that's where my experience is, there's no shortage of technology divisions or, having a technology focus where they can't build a digital capability. I mean, these things are well known, whether you're talking about, agile and cloud and DevOps and security and artificial intelligence, all these things exist. And so those tools really provide, if you will, the opportunity to transform. I think the challenge is a little bit before that. And the challenge that we beginning to see is what we call, or what I would think is called the inception of digital. In other words, how does that CEO work with the board and the board with the CEO? How do they start to create an innovation pipeline, if you will, of these game-changing ideas that we need to transform? Kuben, spoke a little bit about that. And so that's what I think is missing. So when you want to connect to true value to the business, you actually need that CEO to at least have that digital mindset, or at least the savvy to insert digital into his thinking. And that's why his team needs to be very carefully crafted so that all those skills are ready to be available. So in summary, we can do anything in digital, but the problem is it's like, you're waiting for that problem. and that is best articulated by the CEO along with the board. And I think that's a critical thing that's missing today.
Absolutely. Any other comment around that?
I'll add just a little bit. I think what is absolutely critical is what happens between board meetings, not what happens within board meetings only. I've sat on boards where you're meeting once a quarter, and in between that, it's just the build up to the board pack, and you're reviewing and providing oversight and a little bit of insight, and then it's done. I think what happens between those board meetings right now is absolutely critical. And I think it's in that gap what Stuart's talking about there is how do you start instantiating this thing? You can't just expect the CEO to suddenly come around and have a digital strategy and talk about digitization. How do you actually handhold post that board meeting when you've done the board pack? What are those actions and what are the subcommittees that you've established relative to that? Do you have an innovation subcommittee? Do you have a digital subcommittee? Does the board not want that? Or are you doing something deeper in the business where you're giving the CEO a mandate to come back. You're building it into his KPIs and saying, okay, this is the meat and potatoes running the business KPIs. And then we need to see a little bit of this in the business. and really putting that weight. And sometimes, you know, CEOs out there are not fit for purpose. And what you're trying to do is put, you know, round things into square holes, and you're just not getting. And I think those are honest discussions that a board needs to have very, very rapidly. Is, you know, what's the performance management relative to this new dispensation and this new nuance that we need to enable and personify in our business? And do we have the right human beings to do that? Those are critical questions that a board needs to deliberate carefully, consistently, you know, throughout the time, and not just during those, you know, full day or 2-day board meetings that we fly down to go and do. It's again, I'll come back to it. It's what happens between the board meetings. And we talk about digital, and I'll tell you something, as a digital person, as a digital native, as someone that's built digital businesses, etc. I find that, you know, being on the board, I speak less of technology and I actually speak more about humanity. And I think what's absolutely critical in terms of us being so digital banyak at the moment, right? We just talk digital. I think what we need to be careful is that we don't lose the humanities in the room, and we do really bring an equilibrium out of this, because digital, you know, is a superpower. I always say, you know, AI is a superpower, but you know, its kryptonite is inequality. And what we need to make sure is that when we employ these tools, these superpowers in the businesses, that we don't enforce fitness functions that boards are accelerating on a global basis right now, where we are enabling CEOs to do more with less humanity. You know, we're just looking at the operating margin, and we're taking a look at the efficiency and the productivity, and we're taking a look at the incredible gains that we're getting, but we forget the humanity at the bottom. You know, this is not about doing more with less. I think the culture should be about doing more of what was previously unimagined with the ecosystem that we have. It's because this human-machine symbiosis results in something beautiful. But what I see happening on boards is that we are so focused on having an engineer, a computer scientist there. We need to be careful, because these folks are fascinating. These folks are mystical. These folks can do things that wow shareholders through to individuals in the business. But, you know, we need to be careful and think about the fitness functions that we're embedding in our businesses with these technological tools, and really think about the humanities aspect of what the outcomes could be. That I find I'm doing more in the CXO rooms and on the board that I sit. It's just constantly providing that equilibrium around thinking more about the humanities, and we're thinking about these amazing tools that we have at our disposal. So yeah, just to add in there, it's what happens between. Is this leadership fit for purpose? Does the board have the necessary capacity and acumen and competency relative to this new age and this new dispensation to take us forward? Those are hard questions that need to be asked. And then, you know, we really need to take a look at what we're bringing into the business now. You know, all these tools, all these capabilities, where do we see ourselves, you know, what do we envision relative to our ecosystem that we're building? And I think there's some key elements there that we you know, this is culture. This is competition. This is our people. This is, you know, our constituents, our customers buying products and services from us. You know, all of that needs to come together and be reimagined right now. But in that reimagination, we need to be very careful, because we can create incredible businesses that have, you know, mini dystopian outcomes. And in South Africa, you've got to think more from a humanities perspective than any time before, right? Because if you employ these tools, guess what? You can do a lot with a lot less cashiers or a lot less, you know, but it doesn't have to be that way. You know, when we put ATM into banking, I say this often, we didn't lay off all the tellers. You know, Stuart may have gone in his IBM days through this. When we put the ATM into banking, we actually took the leadership, the boards of those businesses understood that it didn't mean that now suddenly we lay off all these cashiers, or, you know, that put kind of wads of paper through thick glass panes. What we do with them is we repurpose them. We give them a computer, a mouse, a screen, and we create this information worker. And that created more jobs, that created more work, that created an increment of portfolio and services in the financial services industry. I think that's a metaphor that is so important for us to consider again and think about again on a board level. And a board's got to be able to personify this.
Absolutely. You know, it is, you know, there was a time where there was digital disruptors that were very active on boards, and it is now more about digital thinkers, digital transformers that are moving along in terms of, is this the right business model for moving forward? You know, are we taking everyone into account? What are our values? And it's about long-term cultural change. And I see we've actually lost Carl there for a moment. Hopefully he'll be joining us again. I know he is out at the moment in country, so it's a challenge probably for him as well. So looking at all of that and taking that into account, one of the comments that you had made was it's in between the board meetings. And I agree with you, because a director is never off duty. What are your thoughts? Because in SADAR, we're very much about saying your board meeting should be every second month or even every month rather than a quarter, because an enormous amount happens in a quarter. What are your comments and thoughts around that?
I don't know. I think, Stu, you jump in on that.
Okay, let me maybe just jump in. I think it raises an interesting question because, and I'm not going to say I'm controversial about this, but if you look at King, it talks about very clear lines of distinction between what a board does and what you have in executive and operational management. And they, it's always a case of never the two shall mix. I'm on Stafford's page. At one of the companies, I started off by saying, I'm in the phase of giving back, and I cannot sit by and watch a C-level person, I wouldn't necessarily say struggle, but certainly operate without me offering wisdom and experience to him. And it's just a natural thing that I do. And so I spend a lot of time with the CIO at this particular company, because, as I say, there's a natural business affinity that allows me to mentor him and be a sounding board, if you will. But I'm actually doing something quite intentional in the background. What I am doing is I'm elevating the CIO, because today there's still that's still not a standard, if you will, despite the fact that we want to digitally transform. And so I use that to elevate. And part of it is then I become the advocate for that CIO in the board meetings. And so the board is a lot more informed about what's happening on the ground. At the same time, we shaping, how this thing pans out. But that to me is an important thing. So I think if we took the King guidance too literally, we might artificially divorce ourselves from something that I think is quite important. Stafford makes a very good point. And so that's what I do naturally. Whether that permeates, look, we know already that audit people, for example, spend a lot more time looking at the numbers and that type of thing. And so there's a lot more happening beyond the boardroom. But I think the critical ones are the ones that we want to change. And for that, take the responsibility around digital quite seriously. So totally on the page with Stafford on that one.
Thank you for that. And I see that we are starting to run out of time. I have just asked if there are any questions. I don't see any coming through. I'm not sure where those would be coming through from. So what I would like at this point to ask you, please, each of you, for 3 takeaways for whoever is looking at their board or wondering if this is the right time, is at the tipping point to consider a board. What 3 takeaways would you give them to conclude the conversation today? If I can start with you, Cuban, then you're actually at the top.
Okay. Yeah, I think, first of all, much of what's been sort of talked about earlier is this notion of, first of all, setting up a board if you don't have one. And first of all, you're going to have, so think about it, you had sort of people like Stuart and Stafford and Carl, etc., on a board. These are execs that have been around, probably have got success stories, and with some of the success stories, some scars as well. And that's just normal, right? And so what they bring to the table is the ability to help navigate. And in some way, just like we as parents do, we're trying to sort of ensure we protect our kids from sort of, don't touch the hot stove kind of thing. And so that's some of the foresight that they can sort of add to the table that, you as an entrepreneur might not, because it's human nature, you don't know everything. I think from a point of view of now with this whole digital transformation, for me, who sort of aligned myself to many other execs similar to who's in this panel, I sat with some consultant recently around our business, and I was my mind was open to just a new world order in terms of some of the processes and some of the stuff that we can do in terms of tech. But I needed to also then be guided by my board, because sometimes when you get excited and it looks like something sharp and shiny, you just want to dive into it. So that's where you get guidance in terms of, so what are the risks? How is this actually going to benefit? So those are some of the things that you have a more holistic approach to decision-making that would lend itself to more sustainable business. And that's what a board brings to, because often as a CEO or when you're in the trench, you sort of just want to react or act or get things done, you executing. What the board does is, over and above the fact that they definitely will be, and I echo the sentiment, being involved between boards, they will also bring a sense of calm and bring a sense of direction and provide you with much more insight in terms of the way forward than you would ordinarily have done if you just did it on your own. That's kind of my sort of bit there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ben. Good.
As I was thinking about this, I'm sure we're going to overlap a lot on what advice we would give. If I was to give a board advice as to what is it that they would need to do to keep this sort of healthy paranoia about, hey, am I going to be disintermediated in some way or disrupted? I think there are three things I would say is take the leadership. You've got to lead from the top. You've got to pursue strategies that incorporates this leveraging of technology. So that's the first thing, lead from the top. The second one I would say is live the culture. A lot of us have spoken about that. And as much as we don't think about boards and culture, we always think about the executives and culture. I think the board has a duty to exhibit those, that it is culturally fit with the team. And I think that just blends the teams together. So live the culture. And then the third one is help to build the capability to execute with agility and with the speed of execution. I think those would be the three things that I would offer to boards.
Thank you. Very valuable words as well. Can we finish off, Stafford, with you, please, then?
I think if you're a business owner, entrepreneur, I have a call wants to define you relative to what you have. Just read up on diversity and how, there's such strength in diversity. And we've realized that, nations that are diverse are stronger. Organizations that are diverse are stronger. And I think if you're considering board or no board, I think if you start off with understanding that diversity gives you strength, it's building that diversity around you as a leader, bringing folks into your organization that give you different points of views from a cultural perspective, their business acumen perspective. And, one of the reporters that I spoke to at the beginning of the year asked me, Stafford, what are you really, really good at? And I said, knowing what I'm really, really shit at. That's what I'm really good at. And I think what, the little success that I've had in my career wasn't because I was good and I was a great leader. It was actually realizing where my flaws were and bringing people in that could augment, extend, and fulfill on that. Not having people that would always be similar to me, but people that were at times polar opposite to me. Just so you have a countermeasure in the room. And that countermeasure you should value. You should treasure, because that countermeasure gives you inevitably gives you greater agility. Like, Ben mentioned there, it stops you from repeating failures, etc. Embrace diversity. Diversity brings, all of these capabilities. It brings different points of views, and it gives you, a human coral reef inside your organization. When you dive as a scuba diver, someone mentioned New York looks like a human coral reef. And the innovation in New York pre the pandemic was why? Because you got Little China, you got, the Arab district, you've got Soho, you've got Brooklyn, you've got artists, all that mishmash brings this beauty to the fore, brings this ingenuity, this invention. And I think that's the way you need to take a look at your board. But when you do this, as great as it can be, is how delinquent it can be too. So be careful, it's a marriage, and it can be a long-term marriage, and you could get into, you got to have healthy friction-based relationships without, not them being terminal. So that would be my advice: is appreciate boards, understand them better, coagulate and bring together collective intelligence in your business that's really going to take you to the next level. Boards give you a higher net asset value. They'll definitely make your business more mature and give you more capability, but pick right. That's for boards, and that's for people that are considering boards. I think that is, to me, if I had to do it all again where I have failed in the past, is that if someone had told me this before, I would have followed this advice. And I've been in sticky situations where I've been in the room with the wrong people. And that can be a dystopian outcome of relative to what I'm saying. But there's also beautiful examples of where you have amazing leadership, amazing cross-pollination of ideas, amazing structure. Now, there's the board, but I do want folks to really go and investigate this notion of a shadow board. And the reason I say it is, you know, from a technological perspective, the millennials are the people that really have their fingers on the pulse relative to where your customers are and the change that's happening outside your organization. To translate that into something that you understand, opportunities, processes, optimizations, create this notion of a shadow board. There are best practices forward, consider it. Stuart, I know in one of the businesses that he's involved in, he tried to, and I don't know where that is today, but he tried to get the chief information officer in that business to kind of create this shadow capability, kind of a global advisory capability outside of that. I think those are notions that are incredibly important right now. And I think boards need to prompt that. I think CEOs that are thinking about this need to also bring this to the fore. So just augmenting this notion of a traditional board with this shadow board, I think, again, increases your diversity, increases your points of views, inevitably gives you better competitiveness and a better business. Thanks, Bev.
Wise words. Thank you for that as well. And Carl, I'd like to finish off with you then, please, in terms of those takeaways. We've had incredible ideas, thoughts, learnings through this. And what would you pass on to those that are looking?
So I love this idea of a shadow board, but as a millennial myself and having served on boards for 15 odd years at large public-private businesses, there are also great millennials that you can bring straight into the main room. And so maybe look out for those as well. But I just had to take a small dig there. So the three key things I would take away, and I think are really important. First of all is, in the process of looking at your board or creating a board, make sure you choose a methodology. I think so many of us create a board, we go out and we hear talks like today, we think about this idea of a board, and we go and we appoint directors as though we learned what it meant to be a director through some form of divine intervention. You know, we need to go and find best practice and get a methodology and follow that methodology either in the creation or in the review of our board process. I think secondly, if you've got a board that doesn't challenge you, if you don't come out of board meetings feeling like you've had some tough questions asked of you, then maybe look at who's sitting around the board. And I think sometimes chief executives prefer comfort over value, and your board's never going to give you value if you're coming out of every board meeting feeling comfortable. So, you know, what is that challenge? What are the directors asking you that is making you feel uncomfortable? It doesn't mean they're right, but it does mean that they're asking questions that are making you sharpen your sword, and I think that's really critical. And then I think that the third component of looking at any board is this idea of being exceptionally critical of your own performance. I think the directors on the summit and listening to us today, I always say to you, be critical of your own performance, be exceptionally critical of your own performance. I've sat with so many boards who do their annual board evaluation and pat themselves on the back at the end of it. If you're not walking out of a board evaluation looking at yourself going, I've got 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 key things I need to do better to improve my role here as a director, then you didn't do a board evaluation. And I consider myself to be a reasonably good director. But if I don't walk out of a board evaluation looking at myself in the mirror and going, Carl, you need to up your game, then I don't consider it a board evaluation. And so I think all of us, whether it be for new boards or old boards or mature boards, as you asked earlier about Bev, you know, really challenge yourself about, are you being exceptionally critical of your own performance as a board and as an individual?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Keben, Stuart, Stafford, Carl, great advice. I know we've had a lot of questions. I also know that Zunaid's going to be tapping my wrist saying that we are so running out of time. What I do say to everyone, I know that there are questions out there. Please, you're welcome to contact me. I will certainly assist and pass on. My email address is Beverly Hancock, BeverLey Hancock @Sadar.Group. circlesadargroup.com. So please do stay in touch with us. I hope you've really enjoyed today. I hope you've achieved value from today, and we look forward to really being able to share further with you in the future. Take care, everyone. And thank you very much, gentlemen.
Bev,
Lovely
hold on.
chatting with you.
1 second.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Bev, guys, so firstly, we'd like to thank you for an absolute amazing session. Bev, I'm going to hold you to something even better. We're going to have a follow-up webinar with the same guests in about 2 to 3 weeks. We've had so much rave reviews about this. People would love to hear more from you guys. So I know that this is the best time to get commitment. When you're on the screen, it's the best time, because I know Stuart won't say no. Stafford won't say no. So I'm getting commitment right here, because David said I must get that commitment. So I'm going to end off with one thing that I heard you all say, or 3 things. The first thing is, be critical on your own performance. And I'm going to challenge, whether you're a leader or in the board, be critical of your own performance. Even if you're in an exec committee or in a management committee, be critical. Let your voice count. The independent director, let your voice count. In those meetings, let your voice count. Let your competence and confidence shine. That's very important. The last one for me is, don't, and Satya from Microsoft said this as a quote, don't be a know-it-all, be a learn-it-all. So guys, we thank you so much for teaching us so much today. It was absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Well, welcome to the 20th annual ICANN International event. We want to say hello to our mentor all the way from Ohio. How are you doing, Dr. George?
I'm doing wonderful. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir. It's good to see you without a tie. Is it warm there?
All right. I cannot see. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Okay, just open the video click there.
Right there with Z?
Yep. We can see you, no worries. We will move on. We'll move on. Now, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing wonderful.
It's good to see you without. It's good to see you without wearing a tie, sir. Is it hot today?
Yes. What a wonderful presentation on business. I was watching while I was waiting. Excellent. Just excellent choice of people and an excellent choice of topic.
Well, don't give me credit. Give your brother Zunaid credit. He's the one that put that portion together. So thank you so much for that comment. So without a waste of time, we love and appreciate you. Yes, you are black. And once you are black, you won't go back.
Amen.
Dr. George,
that's right.
We have 67 countries. We have you and Dr. Leslie as our last speakers for today. We had a long day. Can we just give you 10 minutes just to encourage leaders all over the world with a message of hope, particularly during this time of leading effectively in the digital era and post-COVID? So I'm going to give you 10 minutes, then we have 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll let you go. Please, sir, go ahead.
That's sure. So let me say this and still be loved to all of our beloved leaders out here. We must encourage, as leaders, we must encourage our people to stop being spectators to success. That being angry is not a business plan, that we need strategy and not just emotions. And part of that means that we must effectively utilize the relationship capital that we have accumulated in our lives. We must focus on personal growth and development, lifelong learning, and constant, never-ending improvement. It was Socrates who said that the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. So we must encourage, as leaders, we must encourage our people to seek knowledge. And we know this from one of our favorite passages in the Bible, Hosea 4:6, and we've heard it a million times. Our people perish for the lack of knowledge. Now, we've heard that many times, but we have not heard the rest of that passage. Our people perish for the lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge. I also reject thee. You shall be no priest to me. So this is what God is saying to us. If we do not seek constant, never-ending improvement, cultivating, nurturing, and developing our relationship capital, the human capital, the humanity of whatever it is that we're doing, that God rejects us. So as leaders, this is one of the primary functions that we must, in fact, help our people understand. Relationships are key. In fact, I'm going to give a major talk on September 24th on this platform entitled The 7 Biggest Mistakes We Make When Networking That Ruin Your Reputation and Destroys Your Business, right? Relationships, Dr. Malapo, are key. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The fastest way to change yourself is to hang out with people who are already where you want to be in life. This is critically important. What am I saying to everyone? I'm saying don't spend major time with minor people. People going nowhere want you to go nowhere with them. People doing nothing want you to do nothing with them. If you want to change your life, change your relationships. If you are not where you want to be in life, it's because you do not have the right people in your life. So you're going to have to spend a lot of time cultivating, nurturing, and building relationships at 3 different levels of your life through every passage of your life. We're given about 8 passages. Each passage is about 10 years. Now, let me unpack that for you. You are a different person at 10 than you were at 1. You're a different person at 20 than you were at 10. Let us pray. You're a different person at 30 than you were at 20. You're a different person at 40 than 30, 50 than 40, 60 than 50, 70 than 60, 80 than 70. We're constantly evolving. We're constantly changing. And people are platooning in and out of every passage of our lives. So there's 3 fundamental networks that through all 8 passages of your life, you are going to have to work on. 1, the first one, is your personal network. These are the people that cheer you on, lift you up, hug you, and are there for you throughout your entire life. Let's call that your network at home. In fact, if you think about it, if you're of my age, I'm 75, there's only one person still remaining in my life, my sister, Dr. Emma Fraser Pendleton, who has been with me from birth now at 75 plus, all right? So the personal network, in a sense, disintegrates over time because people, of course, go on to other assignments in life, let's put it that way. That's your personal network. Your second most important network is your operational network. These are the people that help you to get specific tasks done, whether it's on the business you work in or the business you're working on, whether it is some organization that you're a part of, whether you are a deacon in a church or working in some nonprofit organizations. These people platoon in and out of your life. You help them to get specific tasks done at their passage in life. They help you to get specific tasks done in your passage in life. So that's your operational network. The third and final is your strategic network. These are the people that are smarter than you. These are the people that will drag you into the 21st century kicking, screaming, and crying. These are the people that are where you want to be in life. These are the people that can ultimately mentor you, coach you, pull you up, and help you understand the need for reaching back and pulling forward. So this is your strategic network. Those are the three most critical networks that you must spend more time working on each and every week. I spend at least 30% of my time working on cultivating, nurturing, and building relationships through all three of those networks. And I've done this throughout my entire life. So this is critically important. Why? If you are in business, and most of us are in some sort of business, whether we're working in someone else's business or we're working on our business, understand that business is about relationships. Without relationships, you have no business. Without relationships, you have no business being in business. In fact, the business you're really in, brothers and sisters, is the business of building relationships. That's the business we are all in. So we have to work on that business. One of the most important skills, or let's call it tools, that you can develop to cultivate, nurture, and to build those relationships throughout your life are your emotional intelligence skills, your EQ. In fact, what you're going to find out that as you grow older and wiser, that your EQ will be more important than your IQ. Your ability to cultivate, nurture, and to build those relationships. Your ability to manage your 5 most important emotions and use the management of those emotions again, to cultivate, nurture, and to build relationships at work, at home, and in the community, right? So emotional intelligence. This is especially important if, in fact, you are in a leadership position. That will be the #1 skill that you will need to develop. I recommend a very important book on this subject matter. It's called Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Emotional intelligence is a relatively new science, but it's a powerful science. I've read every book on the subject. The best one that I've read is a small book called Emotional Intelligence 2.0. In that book, there is a computer code that will allow you to take an exam before you read the book that will test your emotional intelligence. And you do that. And then after you read the book, I would say several times, you take the exam over again. So it's one of the few things about who we are, other than our intelligence, our IQ, and our personality traits which is also testable. But emotional intelligence is the thing that you can impact, that you can change, that you can learn, and that you can improve at. So
Thank you
I
so much for
recommend
that. Yeah.
Emotional Intelligence 2.0. Now,
Thank you
I
so
want you
much.
to join me. I want you to join me on September the
Yes.
24th on this station. We'll tell you the time at the right time. And I will be giving a full sort of workshop on the 7 biggest mistakes that you make when networking that ruin your reputation and destroys your business. I'll be so happy to be back with Dr. David Malapo and the ICANN4 movement, and looking forward to seeing you there.
Thank you so much, Dr. George. Again, September 24th. If you go to lsmiinstitute.com, you'll find more information. Again, a round of applause all the way, Ohio. And they are all clapping hands here. Thank you, sir. We started this morning with the millennial. Now we're ending up with the mature or seasoned people. So we're going to be watching this tape, and then Sis Cindy will come back, and we're about to wrap up. So watch this tape, and again, God bless.
Women in Digital is about inclusivity, it's that safe environment. I'm really proud to be co-hosting today. There are barriers that we all face as part of our lives, and today is about saying how do we overcome those barriers and get more women into senior roles.
These types of events are important to keep it at the top of the agenda, to keep people focused on it so we can achieve a goal that means that the next young person coming into a business doesn't look up and look sideways and see nobody that reflects them and walk right back out.
I wanted to come to Women in Digital today to listen to the stories of many others in different roles and to be influenced and inspired. It's actually presenting those solutions that we can actually put in place and support each other.
So there is a really small percentage of professional developers that are women and non-binary, and it's really, really important that we do what we can to improve that gender balance.
When we're working to solve problems for citizens, it needs to be representative of the citizens we're serving. For me, it's all about opportunity. Last year we had 66% of women were successful in senior posts in DWP Digital, and we're slowly starting to close that gender balance.
Something I found when I was learning to code was that having a community around you is one of the most important things. And so events like Women in Digital it's that really, it's coming together, it's sharing ideas and trying to grow the community a bit more.
My advice for women who are interested in becoming into a digital role is just to do it. You are not losing anything, there is no harm in trying, and if anything, you might do something you actually find out you enjoy. You won't know until you give it a go.
I honestly think that I was able to progress in my career because I did things other people perceived as risky. So take a few more risks. Because that's how we're going to get more women in, is that we have more women stand up and believe they could do it.
Women in Digital really gives other women a platform to be able to tell their story, and if today inspires some of our attendees to think, I can do this, then today is more than worthwhile.
Thank you so much. To the technical crew and everybody and our sponsors for putting together the event. Siyabonga kakhulu. We've come to the end of the formalities, and I really hope that you feel more enriched, invigorated, inspired and motivated to do more. We've learned a lot, and I've tried to capture all the discussions. If I do that, trust me, it's going to be another lecture that's going to require various modules, with me probably not even capturing it in that eloquence of what academia will do, so I don't want to bore you with the details. And I just want to say thank you to our sponsors very much so, and everybody that connected on Facebook. Eileen, the comments were around how beautiful you are. Just go on Facebook, oh, she's so gorgeous. I want to have the jacket. But primarily also on the work that you do. Is it Ituba? Ituba Place of Hope, which means opportunity, because that's the difference often between those that make it and those that don't. If you're just given that opening of a door for you to say, okay, can I come for an audition, or can you just see me? And that's the difference that we need to create to try and close the inequality gap. I'm not going to preach. I'm just going to ask my queen here, Makhozo, who will tell us what we can anticipate for tomorrow's program, and also to encourage everybody on social media to join us again, comment, share your views, participate, join us on this journey of trying to create a more equilibrium, or rather egalitarian society where all people are equal and we can aspire for the same opportunities. It's over to you, my queen.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Cindy, and thank you very much to everybody who made it today, both physically and virtually as well. We do have quite a jam-packed program tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's safe to name some of the speakers who are going to be here tomorrow, but one of them includes the one and only Vusi Thembekwayo. We do look forward to linking up with him tomorrow, and we will be closing off the program with Ntate Bonang Mohale. A lot of the focus will be on emerging technologies and digital skills, just to wrap up the program very powerfully. Here back in South Africa, I'd like to hand over to. That is also. Oh, and Stafford will also be with us as well. I'll actually go through a couple of our speakers. So we've got Vusi Thembekwayo, we've got Mr. Thamsanqa, who is with us today. We've also got Wongiwe Lodidi, we've got Masesi, and Stafford as well. So tomorrow is quite exciting. I do look forward to seeing everybody. I also want to take this opportunity to thank. Great stuff. Dr. Obiora will be joining us, so he won't be closing off yet. Is she ready? Great stuff. Okay. I was just quickly going to thank all of our sponsors and donors and external stakeholders who really supported this initiative and the summit up until today. But we'll hand over to Dr. Obiora.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me well?
We hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to figure out how to minimize this so that, can you see my screen? So in lieu of presenting ahead of time the excerpt of the talk I'm given, I thought it would be better to just put it up on the screen verbatim and go through it with you, especially since my brother really emphasized the importance of me being very deliberate in my talking, because I am very prone to speaking very rapidly. So warm greetings to all of you. I actually want to thank Dr. Molapo and the summit team for inviting me to speak. It may be a long day for you guys in South Africa, but it's actually only 7 a.m. where I am in Tucson, Arizona. So I'm not really going to unnecessarily task you with a dense presentation. What I'm hoping is that my intervention would help energize you by provoking some preliminary thoughts that would ultimately spur action for you. So I'm not sure how many of you had a chance to look at the background reading that I provided Dr. Molapo in anticipation of the summit. If none of you read it, that's okay. The essence was just to underscore the bias for hope that defines my outlook for Africa. My reflections on the gender gap in the digital space that militates against the daughters of Africa is also consistent with this bias for hope. I know that most of you, people actually, when they hear about gender gap and someone who's going to address that, they think it's going to be a litany of woes. But actually, my emphasis is on the optimistic as opposed to the pessimistic. So speaking of daughters of Africa, how many of you have experienced a dynamic African woman in your personal or professional life who epitomizes human agency? Could I see by a show of hands, those of you whose lives have been enriched by an African woman, whether it's your wife, your daughter, your granny, your sister, your colleague, or or someone else. In Igbo language, we have a pidgin dialect that we call Ngribo, and seeing a show of hands, I would say Ayua, which means there you are, and it is an approximation of the conclusion. I rest my case. If you have experienced dynamic African women in your lives and they have demonstrated to you the poignancy of their agency, The question then is, is it not counterintuitive that we still have the kind of gaps that we talk about when we address the status of African women with regards to the digital space, leadership, or some other sector? On a serious note, given your respective authentic experiences with the force of African women in your lives, what's the story with the yawning gender gap that I have been invited to address specifically in the digital space and in other sectors? To what extent is the authority of your experience reconcilable with the implicit policy of discrimination that accounts for the widening gap between men and women in the distribution of public goods and opportunities in Africa? The point I'm trying to stress is that it is not a stretch to posit the counterintuitiveness of the underutilization of the strategic asset base personified by African women. This is especially given that Africa's competitive disadvantage in terms of monetary resources adds to the imperative to optimize non-financial forms of capital, epitomized by the rich heritage we can all attest of in the Daughters of Africa. With your kind permission, I'd like to frame my brief observations by echoing sentiments expressed by one of the presenters yesterday, who restated a quote from Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities, which said, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity, it was the season of light, it was the season of darkness, it was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair." So depending on your own point of location, you can choose whether you're going to see the glass as half full or half empty. Again, mine is a bias for hope. The paradox of such reminiscence captures the urgency of rethinking the place of African women in the global innovation and technology ecosystem. The COVID pandemic era witnesses a rapid growth in consciousness about the profound impact of innovation and technological development and deployment, and the gender imperative for stewardship. The velocity of change offers a unique inflection point to assess critically important lessons about the pivotal need to bridge gender gaps to maximize the benefits and limits the dangers of the innovations of the fourth industrial revolution. The World Economic Forum, which was presumably the first to designate the current period of unprecedented change driven by rapid technological advances as the fourth industrial revolution, noted the need to narrow rising inequality. As the founder of the forum, Klaus Schwab, put it, in addition to being a key economic concern, inequality represents the greatest societal concern associated with the fourth industrial revolution. Schwab also asserted his conviction that in the future, talent more than capital will represent the critical factor of production. My considered focus on what's right with Africa, which is consistent with my bias for hope, precludes me from belaboring a litany of wrongful drivers that underpin the digital divide. In the interest of time, I will assume that most, if not all of you, are somewhat familiar with the incontrovertible evidence about the domino or multiplier effects of investments in women and girls for sustainable development. Based on this assumption, I'm just going to segue into telling you a bit about my own life's work that have shaped my preoccupation with the global gender equality agenda and my commitment thereof. My overarching interests since my formative years have always been about social justice. A confluence of factors at the inception of my career deepened my passion to contribute to both the well-being and agency of women and children. In this vein, I had the privilege of founding the Institute for Research on African Women, Children, and Culture, which builds capacity for gender empowerment at the micro level of the political economy. My work in this arena opened my eyes to the need to stimulate the growth of indigenous philanthropy, which I championed. During this effort, I obliged to an unsolicited offer to serve as Nigeria's Minister of Mines and Steel Development under President Olusegun Obasanjo's administration. My portfolio pertains to what many considered Nigeria's highest potential sector. Leading Nigeria's mining sector gave me greater empathy for the challenges of development in ways that indelibly marked me with an appreciation of the injunction, ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. To light a candle, then curse the dark, post office, after I returned to my commitment to my tenured position in academia, this instructive insight compelled me to co-convene the Leadership Enterprise for Africa's Development, LEAD. LEAD allowed me to collaborate with President Obasanjo to help reframe accountability with a view to contribute to the improvement of conditions for Africa to learn its way out of the daunting challenges beset the contemporary epoch. Prime amongst which, of course, is the gender divide in the digital sector and otherwise. A keystone for LEAD's appeal can be gleaned from those circumstances surrounding Obasanjo's induction into the Club of Madrid. In 2008, I had the privilege of facilitating a session for a meeting of the Club of Madrid in Rotterdam with Mary Robinson. The club is a forum of former heads of states and governments whose membership is by invitation only. It was sobering for me to learn that only 4 of the 77 or so members then were African. When I asked the executive director about the paucity of representation, he attributed it to the lack of qualified candidates for vetting. Taken aback, I volunteered the record of President Obasanjo, insisting that it might merit close evaluation. I encouraged Obasanjo's nomination, underscoring the formidable knowledge that accrued to him from serving for 4 years as Nigeria's military ruler from 1976 to 1980, and then switching hats at the dawn of the democratic dispensation from 1999 to win election as a civilian president, an office that he held for 2 terms, totaling 8 years. This was especially given that the featured keynote speaker at the forum in Rotterdam was Bill Clinton, whose black eye presiding over the US's lethargic response to stem the Rwandan genocide did not earn him brownie points from me. Shortly after a meeting in Rotterdam, the officials invited Obasanjo to join the exclusive club. And I heard subsequently that he had been a hit among his peers of elites, which vindicated my case for his nomination. The narrative about Obasanjo's involvement in the Club of Madrid underscores how much it is a missed opportunity not to routinize the knowledge of architects of Africa's contemporary predicament to deepen the conditions for Africa's self-determination. And there are parallels between this kind of underutilization and the underutilization of women that you all recognized from, affirming the fact that you have personally experienced the dynamism and force of women. This point is comparable to the essence of the African proverb, which maintains that it takes a thief to catch a thief. This may strike some of you as rather graphic, but the vernacular is intended to elicit the input of impact players to cause, correct, or clean up some of their quota to the messiness. In other words, they made the mess, they should clean it up. It's not somebody else's role to play the janitor. So they can draw on the wealth of experiences that accrued to them when they were making the mess to try to help us clean up the mess. And for those of you who might find the vernacular that jarring, let me put it in context, or let me help your perspective. It resembles the core immunological technique that is now ubiquitous in current discussions about the emerging vaccines for the COVID. So if you look at how vaccines are made, it actually takes, the virus to attack the virus itself. I have purposefully delved into the background details of my engagements at both the micro level of the grassroots and the macro level of policy and the leadership hierarchy in Africa to allay the concerns of those of you for whom propositions about the centrality of gender as an imperative for development may be an acquired taste. And if I could see your eyes, I'm sure some of you, when you looked at the topic, may have rolled your eyes and thought, here we go again, gender, gender, gender. But stay with me. This is the point I'm trying to make. This was the point I made when I said gender, gender, gender. Nonetheless, how many of you have experienced, the reason why we keep hammering on gender, gender, gender? I could just as easily have opted to discuss the problems and promise of automation, information technology, digitization, and innovation based on combinations of technologies from the standpoint of my experience leading the development of Nigeria's minerals and mining sector. Rather, it is my honor to speak advisedly about another kind of wealth of resources apt for mining to enhance Africa's self-renewal. And herein lies the impetus for my focus on the promise of the equitable participation of women in the digital economy. The subtitle of my presentation, Daughters of Africa, subtitle Unfinished Canvas, was adapted from Michelangelo's Unfinished Slave. For many who celebrate Michelangelo's unfinished statues as masterpieces, his laborious effort to free the figure born in his mind from the confines of the marble block demonstrates that devotion to the integrity of the stone block is the foundation upon which sculptures are created. So, not minding where we are today, if we are devoted to the authenticity or to the integrity of our experiences of African women's agency, we can actually bolster our commitment to work, not just on their well-being, but on their agency. As the global community seeks to evolve an equitable public order for the stewardship of innovation and technology, intricate webs of possibilities to enrich and mine the talents of women abound in specific local settings. The abiding challenge is to open meaningful spaces for the materialization of these possibilities to narrow the gender-based exclusions in the innovation and technology ecosystem. I'm just as curious about what I can learn from your own journeys about strategies and trends that trigger effective paths to harness the digital transformation to contribute to the empowerment of women and greater gender equality. On this note, I eagerly anticipate the interaction and your questions. Thank you. And I'm going to see if it's possible to figure out how to stop sharing the screen. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Obiaro, for your time and also your insights. I'm just going to open it up to the floor quickly. If there are any questions, because, we have those perennial problems, especially in Africa, around patriarchy, sexism, discrimination, ageism, and also the perpetual leadership that wants to be there for a lifetime, as Dr. Molapo always alludes to. So how then are we saying to the millennials, you are the leaders of the future, we entrust you with this resources that we have put in place, but as the previous or seasoned generation, what is it that we are doing or can do differently to ensure that the future for millennials is one that is secure in resources and opportunities, and that is also secure in quality leadership?
I wish I could see your faces, but I can hear you. So can you see my face?
We can see your face. You look very pretty.
Fantastic. Okay, so that's all that matters. Yes, please. Sorry. Was that a question?
So I was saying
me?
just around patriarchy and I suppose maybe cultural limitations, if you will, in advancing the ambitions and achievements of young people, particularly those that were in the diaspora that have a different perspective on how things can evolve and be expedited and not have the limitations of what we would call limitations like patriarchy, bureaucracy, etc. How do we get rid of those stumbling blocks that are essentially stifling the growth of Africa and primarily the millennials?
Yeah, so I started off by asking for a show of hands about those of you who, beyond rhetoric, the rhetoric of, African women as inferior or as African women as deserving of lesser shares in the distribution of public goods. How many of you actually in your real life experiences day to day have reason to agitate for, gender equality? And if I still can figure out how to work this system, but if I could have seen your hands, I'm sure that, what I would have seen would have been, a number of you who raised your hands. And this actually goes to my point that the theory and the practice of gender inequality in Africa is actually very telling. Critics of patriarchy in Africa, and indeed I'm writing a book chapter now on that same topic, really historicize the contemporary era and say that when we go back to pre-colonial Africa, that perhaps some of what we're dealing with today in terms of the binary separation of spheres, that now means that in the public sphere, the role of women is much more, is less valued, that those might be legacies of colonialism or legacies that were reinforced in the colonial era. So when I talk about Africa's self-determination, when I talk about the importance of Africa's self-renewal, I am trying to encourage all of us to really step back, from what we have been imprinted, what has been imprinted on us, through our education in the formal system that we inherited and all that, and really think, based on our own ecological realities, based on our own objective realities about how we can reconcile, this clarion call for us to really advance the interest of women. It's not just the millennials that this is their problem, we can talk about other generations, who really have, it's become more of an echo chamber, even in the struggle for gender equality, to just keep insisting, without saying time out, everyone. I am constructively impatient with trying to appeal to anyone, whether it be CEO or president or whoever, about African women. I am saying that if you look into your own experiences, if you really want to be true to the integrity of your own experiences, that there is no place for argument that without African women, we undermine what we're trying to accomplish.
Dr.
in the
Obiero,
arena of
we're going to have
development.
to leave it there. Thanks indeed for your time. And
Thank you.
Clearly, you're an early bird, being up at 7 and already prepared to engage with us many miles away in a different continent. Thank you so much for your insights as well. We'll make sure that the presentations are uploaded on ICANN Foundation or ICANN Lead Africa Institute, and you can then revisit some of these points and implement to effect the change that we require. Thank you very much again to all our sponsors. Thank you for joining us online. We're back here tomorrow, and that will be at 11:45 for 11:45. Make sure not to miss it. And with myself, Cindy Mavi, and Makhotso Maiko as your co-host. Thank you to ICANN Foundation for the opportunity, and thank you to our sponsors, all of you that have been with us over the years. Casper, the air is much lighter around here, by the way. Hey? I can even feel the hoarseness is going away in my voice. Thank you to SKX, and thank you to the seaters that are also present as well. From me and the rest of the crew, thank you very much for joining us, and everybody behind the scenes who made this possible. Enkosi kakhulu. We'll close off with this video, so don't go away as yet.
Once upon a time, business as usual was often good enough. No more. Where we are going, good enough is dead. In a world where everything is connected, where everything is equally excellent, where performance is reaching perfection, there's only one space left to innovate in: you. Right now, you are a central point in the raging tornado of change fueled by digitization, mobilization, augmentation, disintermediation, automation, well, the list goes on. Science fiction is becoming science fact. Think about self-driving cars or computers that can learn and think. The way we work will never be the same. The skills we need will be dramatically different. Winning or losing are now happening faster than ever before. So what's your response? How will you discover new opportunities in one of the most transformational times in human history? Are you driving change, or are you being driven by it? Disruption has become the new normal. With change, it's always gradually, then suddenly, well, things really have stopped happening gradually. This change is exponential. Everything that used to be dumb and disconnected is now wired and intelligent. Cars, cities, ports, farms, even our bodies will be wired with sensors and will talk to each other. These game changers are also combinatorial. They amplify each other, creating a perfect storm of change. Quantum computing fuels big data. The Internet of Things fuels artificial intelligence and deep learning, which fuels robotics. However, anything that cannot be digitized or automated will become extremely valuable. Human-only traits such as creativity, imagination, intuition, emotion, and ethics will be even more important in the future, because machines are very good at simulating, but not at being. Yes, robots and software will do some of our work, but this will allow us to focus on things that cannot be automated. To imagine change squared, you've got to start engaging more with what might be, not just with what is. Immerse yourself in the immediate future, 5 to 7 years out from today. We need to go beyond technology and data to reach human insights and wisdom. Technology represents the how of change, but humans represent the why. The future is about holistic business model. The opportunity is to be liquid, to learn just in time, not just in case, not single improvements, but complete transformations, not individual systems, but new ecosystems. Humanity is where true and lasting value is created. We will engage, relate, and buy things because of the experiences they provide, because of their transformative power. The future doesn't just happen, the future gets happened. The new way to work is to embrace technology, but not to become it. The future is in technology, yet the bigger future lies in transcending it. Let's live and lead from here.